Vipla, you have to unmute yourself.
So sorry. Good morning, everyone. Very warm welcome to the session 9 nanotechnology and nanocomposites of the day 2. So to chair the session, we have the eminent professor from IIT Delhi, Professor Bhanu Nandan. Welcome you, sir. And I even welcome everyone here present. Professor Bhanu Nandan is a professor in the Department of Textile and Fiber Engineering at IIT Delhi. His specialization is in self-assembly polymers, polymer crystallization, fiber science, and technology. So I welcome you, sir, on the board, and over to you, sir. So you're muted.
Yeah. So thank you so much, Vipula, and good morning, everyone, to all the speakers as well as the audience to this session on nanotechnology and nanocomposites. We have one keynote talk, one invited lectures, and three oral talks. So the first keynote talk will be given by Professor Rajiv Srivastava, who's also my colleague at Department of Textile and Fiber Engineering at IIT Delhi. He is currently a professor at this department. He joined this department at 2010, almost around the same time when I joined here. He has done his master's, both MSc and MTech from IIT Delhi, and then his PhD from KTH in Sweden with Professor Ann-Christine Albertson. And then he has several years of industrial experience at Procter & Gamble, G, which is Savic now. Currently his research areas are in electrospin matrices, porous scaffolds, biodegradable polymers, and value-added products from polymer waste. So Professor Rajiv Srivastava, I welcome you to this particular session, and you can present your talk now.
Okay, very good morning, everyone, and thank you, Dr. Bhanu, for a very nice introduction. So I know that I have about 20 minutes from now to make the presentation. I would like to share my screen. And please confirm if the slides are appearing on your computer.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, so I'll put it on the slideshow mode. Okay. Today I'm going to talk more about porous constructs, which in say tissue engineering terminologies are typically being referred to as scaffolds. And I would like to focus on fabrication method, emulsion templating, and how wonderfully this particular method can be used to create such porous constructs. Now, the session has been put into the category of nanocomposites and nanotechnology. So not directly say related to the nano word as of now, but then yes, we did use some of the nanomaterials to say make composites out of these emulsion templated scaffolds, and then we also use them in one way or the other as stabilizers for such emulsions. So this is how the talk is going to be focused upon. So move to the next slide, a little bit busy slide, but then just to put a perspective about how important porous constructs or scaffolds have been in past, and especially with the advent of tissue engineering field. So we all know that scaffolds are one of the integral part of the tissue engineering triad, besides the growth factors or the cells which are involved in developing a healthy tissue or an organ ultimately. Scaffolds, typically biomedical scaffolds originated from biocompatible and biodegradable polymers, are of utmost importance. So besides tissue engineering, they have also been used into several other application areas, including catalysis, energy storage, separation, selective sorption, and so on. So just focusing on the tissue engineering scaffold market, there is a huge potential, especially when we talk in terms of the annual growth rate. It's close to about 70% or so. And there are very few market players in this particular field, none from India. And as can be seen from the right-hand side of the slide, these are typical scaffolds, tissue engineering scaffolds, which have been produced for multiple applications. So how exactly a scaffold looks like? So from a naked eye view, it appears nothing but, and it's solid that we see. But when we look at, say, a closer view in a modified manner, you see that it is composed of a lot of free volume, and so which can also be referred to as pores. And they are also turning out to be highly interconnected, which essentially makes them a suitable candidate for such applications. So high surface area and typically all the specific properties in terms of say mechanical strength and so on, they turn out to be very high for such scaffolds, which say put them into a completely different category of materials as well as applications. So just another summary of how these scaffolds have been growing over the years. So in terms of publications, every year more than say 1,000 publications appears just with the keyword of porous scaffolds. And if we define them in several other categories, I believe that the number is going to be even higher. When we look at typical applications, so as I mentioned, scaffold is the buzzword which actually has originated from tissue engineering. However, besides their use in tissue engineering, they have also been used for other chemistry-based application, but then in the form of membranes as well. So typically a 2D porous material, and which has been used for say selective absorption, separation, and so on. When we talk in terms of the fabrication methods which have been used to create such porous materials, so the categories as have been mentioned in this pie chart can be divided into a few broader ways, including electrospinning, freeze drying methods, phase separation, both temperature as well as solvent, non-solvent combination. Then some rapid prototyping methods which have been invented recently to create such porous constructs. Right, so this was more or less like say a techno-commercial perspective of how important these porous constructors or scaffolds have been. Going into more into now the fabrication methods, and I move to the next slide. So typically the fabrication methods which are used in developing such porous scaffolds are primarily divided into two categories. Conventional methods, which are say older methods and have been used over years to create such porous materials. And simple techniques including say particulate leaching, solvent casting, phase separation, all have been put under this particular category. However, when we look at advanced method, primarily they are also referred to as a layer by layer deposition, rapid prototyping, several names have been given, which essentially is when you can make a custom made scaffold within say a few minutes, and then it say overcomes a lot of the shortcomings of the conventional methods, which can be seen in terms of skinning effects, poor interconnectedness, poor mechanical strength, and so on. So out of these, I'm going to focus today on emulsion templating, which is can be referred to as an advanced method. It was developed just about a few years back. And how this particular technique is wonderfully being used to create such porous scaffolds is what going to be the focus of the next few slides. So I'll move on to the next slide, which actually summarizes what exactly do we mean by emulsion templating. So we all know what exactly what is being referred to as an emulsion, which is nothing but a simple mixture of two immiscible liquids and typically stabilized by a surfactant or an emulsifier. So thus the presence of surfactant and emulsifier provides the kinetic stability to the emulsion. Right. So there is a dispersed phase, which in this particular scheme is represented as gray area, and then there is a continuous phase, which is being represented as a light blue area. So then there are two immiscible phases, dispersed phase and a continuous phase. Now, depending upon what treatment you would like to do to either of the phases, we can obtain variety of polymeric matrices out of it. So suppose if your polymer is present in the dispersed phase, which is nothing but a typical example of emulsion polymerization. So upon polymerization of the monomer, which is present in the dispersed phase, what we obtain is as simple as a polymer latex. However, when we try to polymerize monomer, which is now present, or rather two different monomers, which are present in both the phases, one in dispersed, the other one in continuous. So after polymerization of the monomer, which is now present in both the phases, what we obtain is a composite material. So composite in the sense that the dispersed phase monomer is forming a different domain in the continuous phase of a monomer, which is now of a completely different characteristics. However, when we talk in terms of developing a porous scaffold, what we do typically is now our monomer is present in as the continuous phase. So if the monomer is present in the continuous phase, upon polymerization, whatever media is forming the dispersed phase, so this could be as simple as a foam, so nothing but air. It could also be a liquid. And upon polymerization of the monomer, which is present in the continuous phase, and removal of the material which is present in the dispersed phase, what we obtain is a porous material. And the advantage of conducting polymerization in this case is, since we all know polymerization is a volume contraction phenomena, so this also leads to, at times, depending upon what formulation is being selected, highly interconnected porous construct that we obtain. Right. So this is as simple as can be seen from this particular scheme. Now we know that most of the polymers or other monomers that we deal with are hydrophobic. So typically when I talk about phenolic monomers, including say all the ethylene, propylene, polystyrene, styrene, and other acrylates and so on, they are quite hygroscopic. So they are quite hydrophobic. So then forming their emulsion in water is a relatively easier process. And most of the methods, emulsion templated polymer based constructs which have been made, are based on such phenolic monomers where the emulsion formation was of relatively much ease in presence of water as the dispersed phase. And then upon polymerization, the polymers were produced out of these phenolic monomers. However, when we move on to say some other tedious methods of say conducting a polycondensation, or other advanced methods of chain growth polymerization, including ring opening polymerization, ionic polymerization, and controlled radical polymerization, they turn out to be very difficult. Why so? Because of the presence of water, because most of such polymerization methods are highly sensitive to presence of moisture, and they need inert atmosphere. So in this case, a ring opening polymerization based hype template was produced using penta-decalactone, which is a 15-membered lactone molecule. And this was enzyme catalyzed polymerization. Again, a water-based emulsion was developed, which led to formation of a porous media ultimately. So this was the first report where ring opening polymerization and combining it with emulsion templating led to formation of a porous scaffold. So why this was important is because ultimately the polymer was nothing but an aliphatic polyester. Though this is again not biocompatible, but then this paved more options to see if other lactones and lactides can be polymerized using this particular method. Right, so moving on to the next slide. Now the emulsion templating, which we have understood from the previous slide, I'm going to tell more about how this can be used, not only to polymerize and develop an intricate composite porous scaffold or a construct, but this can also be combined with other advanced methods, including say electrospinning, 3D printing, microfluidics, and so on. And then how say unique porous structures can ultimately be obtained. This is what we're going to see. And then I think last few examples will be also on how the technique has been used to generate some value-added product from plastic waste. Okay, so now I have moved to the next slide, and this is the case when a first polycaprolactone-based porous scaffold was developed using emulsion templating. So as has already been explained in the previous slide, what was done in this case is caprolactone monomer, which is a 7-membered lactone, was polymerized in presence of a bifunctional lactone, which was essentially acting as a cross-linker. So an oil-in-oil emulsion was developed in this case. So the emulsion was turning out to be quite homogeneous in terms of say dispersion, the size of the dispersed phase. And stannous octolite was used as the catalyst. And since, as I mentioned, the monomer as well as catalyst were highly sensitive to presence of moisture, so the conditions were set in a manner that polymerization condition in this case was that the temperature was at 120 degrees Celsius. So say the any effect which is originating from the presence of moisture could be negated. And then upon polymerization, a scaffold of the desired mold shape. So for example, in this case, shape of the vial, so a cylindrical scaffold was obtained. And upon SEM analysis, as can be seen, that highly interconnected kind of uniform pores were obtained in the structure. So the porosity was more than 90%. The typical pore size was somewhere in tens of micrometers, and highly interconnectedness ultimately also led to a quite high specific surface area for this particular scaffold, which then can be seen from say this scheme where a scaffold is being shown on the left hand side vial, and upon its exposure to chloroform, it has swollen to about more than 40 times of its original weight. And this is a cyclic process. So this could be repeatedly done for up to 10 cycles, which shows the suitability of such scaffold, say for say desorption and absorption analysis. Now, depending upon a few parameters, such as, say, volume fraction of the dispersed phase, monomer to initiator ratio, the amount of emulsifier, the SEM schemes, which are the SEM images, which are shown on the left-hand side, actually depicts how the porosity or say ultimately pore size could be governed by simple variation of such parameters. So depending upon what pore size was desired, a pore size, say, less than about say 1 or 2 micrometer and up to 20 micrometers could easily be obtained in this case. Okay, the scaffold, since it was based on polycaprolactone, which we all know is an FDA-approved material for tissue engineering application because of its biocompatible and biodegradable characteristics. So some preliminary in vitro cell growth analysis were also performed on this polymer and the scaffold which was developed out of it. And it all turned out to be giving all promising results for their suitability for tissue engineering implants. Right, so this was the first report where, say, an emulsion templated aliphatic polyester was developed for a tissue engineering application. So moving on to the next slide, something very unique which was observed for especially this particular scaffold of polycaprolactone cross-linked material is being depicted on the right-hand side of the slide. So as you've seen on the previous slide, the SEM image which depicted how the pores were formed and how interconnected they were. So when DSC analysis was carried out for this particular scaffold, so though this was highly cross-linked, the cross-link density was more than 95%. And the gel content was also more than 95%. So typically what we believe is that any cross-link material would not show any crystallization or melting behavior. However, when we carried out DSC analysis for this particular scaffold, it was very interesting to observe not only the melting peaks, of course, not exactly at the typical melting point of the polycaprolactone, which is close to 60 degrees Celsius at a relatively much lower value. However, very nice supercooling effect on the crystallization behavior was observed. So this was assigned to nothing but what we refer to as a confinement effect on the crystallization for these particular polymeric chains, which are somehow, say, at points cross-linked, so which acted as the TAI domains for the chains. However, some of the chains were flexible enough and probably some loose ends were there, which were liable to crystallize, though at a relatively much lower temperature. So a unique phenomena of crystallization under confinement was also seen in this case. And this was interesting to, say, put it as a phase change behavior. Why so? Because this crystallization and melting was observed under cyclic, say, heating and cooling exposure under DSC. And the same could also be then directly related to how the absorption desorption was happening in the scaffold. So something very unique, which is now further study is going on this typical phase change behavior that was obtained for this particular scaffold. So then one point which I did not mention when this scaffold was developed is, since it was an oil-in-oil emulsion and the volume fraction of the dispersed phase was more than 75%, so it required a huge quantity of the emulsifier to stabilize such emulsion. So about 60%. 68% of the monomer of the emulsifier was used to stabilize such emulsion, which again was not desirable because ultimately the scaffold had to be washed thoroughly, and every single washing step was ensured to get a scaffold which is completely free from any emulsifier contamination. So then another strategy which is presented on this slide was used, where instead of using the typical emulsifier that was in the previous case, so a Pickering hype was developed, where the Pickering emulsions are typically, which are referred to as emulsions, which are stabilized by any solid particulate matter instead of, say, typical amphiphilic surfactant molecules. So in this case, nanographene oxide, which was obtained from lab-derived process using wood pulp, was used as a Pickering stabilizer for the hype, again using the same formulation of caprolactone monomer and the cross-linker, which was shown in the previous slide. Then the polymerization was conducted in the same manner, and now this scaffold could actually be termed as a composite porous scaffold of polycaprolactone containing nanographene oxide. So the scaffold not only showed, say, a higher mechanical strength as compared to the previously reported scaffold, but also did not hamper any cell growth capability of the scaffold. So this paved, say, another way of developing various scaffold materials, composite scaffold materials derived from various nanomaterials that can be used as pickling stabilizers. Right. So, so this was so the slides up to now were primarily based upon how, say, a polymerization or cross-linking could be conducted under emulsion templating. Now, how this emulsion templating can be further elaborated and used in combination with the other advanced methods of fabrication. So one of such method is being reported over here. So in this case, electrospinning, we all know what the electrospinning process is, and typically, say, polymer in the form of solution, and in some cases melt, is also being used to generate nano or microfibers under the electrospinning setup, right? So use of emulsion gives a very unique structure, as can be seen from this particular scheme. So we know that emulsion, which is composed of a dispersed and a continuous phase. Now, depending upon, say, the charge carrying properties of either phase, and conducting the electrospinning out of this emulsion, what we can obtain is a unique core sheet fiber. So typically, say, if your continuous phase is made up of aqueous media, so more charge bearing capacity, and dispersed phase is made up of any oil. So what happens is, we all know, upon exposure of this particular emulsion to high electric field, the aqueous media bearing more charge carrying capacity would turn out to be at the periphery of the emerging jet, while the oil media will remain at the core. So this gave a unique possibility of developing core sheet fibers using, say, a single step or using a unique approach of with emulsions as precursors, because otherwise similar structures of core and sheet morphology under electrospinning were typically obtained using a coaxial setup in electrospinning. So as could be seen that yes, emulsion could also be used to carry out electrospinning and generate core sheet fibers. Now, depending upon what media you would like to use for core and sheet, variety of nanofiber based membranes could be generated for use in applications such as selective sorption or separation. So the below schemes actually present some of the electrospun core sheet fibers and composite fibers using nanomaterials such as silica and so on are shown over here, and they were effectively used for, say, separation of oil water mixture or emulsions and so on. So this is an extension of the previous study, which was shown in the previous slide. So use of emulsion also say gave us flexibility to say carry out polymerization while, say, electrospinning process is going on. So this could be carried out under in situ conditions through exposure of the emerging jet either to, say, UV light or high temperature. So what we did in this case is a near gel emulsion of styrene and divinyl benzene was used as the dispersed phase. And since it was a near gel resin, so the media could still be made to flow under electrospinning setup. And once the membrane was formed, it was exposed during electrospinning or after electrospinning to high temperature, which then converted all the residual monomer into polymer and then gave us a membrane which is, say, quite easy in terms of its handling properties and so on. So this actually then provided a solution for otherwise poor mechanical strength of, say, a typical electrospin matrix that we obtained. And as I had mentioned, that this gave us also the flexibility to develop unique core sheet fibers, which can then be used for, say, selective sorption, desorption, separation studies, and so on. This is another method where not only the core was cross-linked, but also the sheath was cross-linked, and sheath was made up of polyvinyl alcohol. So then the matrix has actually turned out to be highly usable for cyclic separation and sorption studies, because the polymers were cross-linked, so they did not dissolve in either oil or aqueous media, and thus would be used repeatedly for some separation experiments that were planned. Okay, then the emulsion, as I mentioned, could also not only a standalone method for creation of porous scaffolds, but could also be, say, used in tandem with other advanced fabrication methods, including 3D printing and microfluidics. So this particular slide actually shows how emulsion, if it is used as a precursor for a typical 3D printing setup, will lead to formation of hierarchical porous structure. So as can be seen, the typical strands that we obtain from 3D printing would give, say, one level of porosity. However, the strand, which is composed of emulsion, upon removal of the dispersed phase, will generate much lower pore size. So thus a hierarchical porous structure ultimately can be obtained depending upon the emulsion formulation and the designing of the scaffold that one would like to develop using 3D printing. So this gives a unique opportunity to develop hierarchical porous structure, again, not only just for tissue engineering application, but for many other applications. Another combination of emulsion templating could be done using microfluidics, which is again an advanced method where, say, two different liquid phases are allowed to flow through microfluidic channels, and depending upon their flow behavior, and which is essentially controlled by the flow rate, one of them will get say broken during the passage through microfluidic channel, and would lead to, say, formation of nothing but a typical colloidal system, say for example an emulsion. Right, so the emulsion which is obtained using a microfluidic channel was unique in terms of, as can be seen from this particular scheme, due to the uniformity of the size of the dispersed phase droplets. Since the breaking of the droplet happens in a very controlled and repeated manner, so the emulsion was also turning out to be very uniform in terms of the dispersed phase droplets. Thus, any heterogeneity in terms of the final properties of the scaffold, which originate due to heterogeneity of the dispersed phase droplet, could again be negated using this particular approach. So as now has been depicted in some of the SEM images represented at the bottom of the slide. So in the left-hand side scheme, in this case, styrene was used as a continuous phase and water was forming the dispersed phase. And upon collection of this emulsion and upon polymerization of styrene, a very uniform porous structure was obtained, as can be seen. And this was just an effect of the very uniform distribution of the dispersed phase in the final emulsion that was developed. And then on the other hand, if we would like to use say the polymer forming media as the dispersed phase, so in this case what was done is the monomer and the initiator were allowed to pass through the microfluidic channel, and the dispersed droplets which were formed were collected. So as can be seen from this particular SEM image, every single droplet which was collected comprised of monomer and the initiator was exactly of same size. And then upon polymerization led to formation of very unique and very uniform beads or beaded structure of the polymer. Now, depending upon if emulsion is used in this particular phase, this may also lead to a very unique porous bead, which then can be used for many other applications. So again, a very unique strategy how emulsion templating could be combined with microfluidics. Now the final examples how the emulsion templating could be used for, say, generation of some value-added products out of plastic waste is being presented on this slide. So we all know plastic has been a major issue. All of us who have been working on plastics have been asked questions repeatedly about the after use cycle of plastic and how that can be solved. Recently, we all know the single-use plastics have been banned by government of India. So then a lot of thoughts have to be put into how those plastic waste can be generated into some value-added products. So typical 3 Rs, which are there for reduce, reuse, or recycle, may not be applicable for every single plastic that we use. So one such example is presented over here. So this is now focused on polypropylene waste, which not only originates from the textile industry, but we have all seen over past 2 years with the outbreak of COVID, a lot of protective gear, say masks, gowns were used, which were made of nothing but polypropylene woven structure. So a huge generation of waste, plastic waste, in this case polypropylene based waste was there, which was supposed to be, say, converted into a value-added product in this particular approach. So what was done in this case is the polypropylene based all-in-all emulsion was developed. So the waste, so in this case, the waste polypropylene gown or mask material was converted into an all-in-all emulsion, and thus the scaffold, say, which can be seen from this particular image, a sort of spherical scaffold inside the vial, which has a relatively high surface area, could very nicely be used for a selective absorption of oil. Okay. And upon, say, grafting of polypropylene with, say, relatively hydrophilic monomers such as acrylic acid, could also, say, generates more hydrophilic characteristics to the scaffold, and thus could be used for, say, some unthought application. So in this case, a polypropylene-based emulsion was used, converted into a 3D printed funnel, and which could essentially be used for all water separation. Another such example is when polystyrene waste, so typically in the form of thermocol, was generated into graphene quantum dots through microwave exposure of polystyrene waste. And these graphene quantum dots, upon coating onto a cotton fabric, led to, say, lotus leaf effect. So self-cleaning and no absorption of aqueous media was seen onto cotton. So this is what, say, all that could be done so far using emulsion as a precursor for such methods. And so this is what I would like to summarize in terms of how emulsion templating can be used. So emulsions, though, appear to be very complex in terms of their flow behavior because there are two different liquids, but then they appear to be yet very simple, and how they can be used for, say, conversion, not in only into say a 2D but a 3D porous constructs. As has been shown with few specific examples, they can be easily adopted with some advanced fabrication methods, including 3D printing and microfluidics. The most unique feature of emulsion templating is that it provides flexibility to carry out polymerization, cross-linking, and functionalization during the fabrication method, which otherwise is not feasible with any of the conventional or advanced method. So you have to have a preformed polymer, which is then typically either, say, solution processed or melt processed. While in this case, a monomer directly can be used to fabricate a scaffold ultimately. And this may lead to formation of unique 2D and 3D constructs, which can be used for many applications besides tissue engineering. So I think this is all that I wanted to present. I hope I'm well within the time, and I'll be happy to answer any questions if you may have. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you so much, Professor Shrivastava, for your nice and interesting talk. We have, a short time. We can take probably one short question, and I can see one speaker, one audience has raised his hand. Shailesh Kaushik. Yeah, please go ahead with your question.
All a very interesting talk from Professor. Sir, two questions. That for artificial organs, I understand protein-based scaffolding is there. So have you worked on that? Number one. Then I understand for these PET bottles, they have been used in nano coating on non-wovens to increase its functionality. So any work in that area, and any other usage, practical usage?
Okay. So to answer your first question, we do not work on proteins. We have been focusing primarily on aliphatic polyesters. Why so? Because the polymers like polycaprolactone and polylactide, they're already FDA approved. So whatever work we carry out on these polymers, we really then don't have to depend upon any further approval for their use, say, as a tissue engineering scaffold. So the work which has been carried out so far is limited to aliphatic polyesters. Then to answer your second question, we have just started working on plastic waste management. So I would say a faster catch was to work on polypropylene. Why so? Because we could see a lot of debris which was generated due to use of polypropylene woven-based protective gear during COVID times. So we started our work with polypropylene, and as we know that developing an emulsion out of polypropylene was quite challenging a task. It took about a year to come up with a stable all-in-all emulsion using polypropylene. So the preliminary work is carried out using just polypropylene, which has now further been extended to polystyrene. And why so? Because the polymers are highly hydrophobic. So though finding, say, a solvent for polypropylene was challenging, but for polystyrene, it was relatively much easy. So the emulsion formulation development was also very easy. But then it is a nice addition from you, maybe as we are progressing further for, say, looking specifically for typical plastic waste which has been generated. So maybe in next step, we will try to see if polyester can be used in a similar manner and can be used for some.
I understand your colleague, Dr. Ray, who has been in Mandi, he is doing some work on it.
Sumit Ray, right? So we know that he is working on electrospinning, but not exactly. I'm not aware of what exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So, we are running short of time, so we will move ahead with the next speaker. So thank you so much, Professor Srivastava. So our next speaker is, it's an invited lecture. So Professor Charu Gupta from Institute of Home Economics in Delhi. And welcome, Professor Gupta. She will be talking about textile dyes from fungi.
I hope my screen is visible.
Yeah, it is visible.
Okay, good morning.
So just to, Professor Gupta, you have about 15 minutes. I will be switching on my video just to kind of alert you that your time is over once 15 minutes are over.
Okay, thank you. So my respectful regards to APA and Textile Association of India to give me this opportunity to talk about our research, which we've been carrying out for almost 8 to 10 years in our college, in alliance with two departments, Department of Fabric and Apparel Science and Department of Microbiology. Yeah. So this is about dyes which are not made conventionally. Like normally we have synthetic dyes which are coal tar products. We have natural dyes which are generally plant-based or animal-based products, but these are dyes which are obtained from microbes, and so they are biotech solutions and they are bioengineered. The various kinds of fungi, bacteria, yeast, and algae have been explored to have been explored to optimize the fermentation process, to screen their property of chromogenesis, so that we are able to come out, generate some kind of dyes or pigments. Now, these are largely secondary metabolites, and secondary metabolites do not have a very vital function in terms of growth and production, but they have a role to play in metabolic activities of the microbe, and as well as defense mechanisms. The pigments that have been explored as of now are carotenoids, which give an orange color, anthraquinones, melanins, quinone, violecine, which gives a purple color, monaskin, rubramines, etc. The advantage of engineered dyes, the way we have done it, are that they are scalable, like synthetic dyes, they are manageable, they have predictable yields. So this is a very big advantage in as compared to natural dyes, which are based on plants, which are dependent on agricultural produce, and which are prone to batch variations. And because of these properties, they are into direct. We have a direct experimental control. They fall in the vicinity of natural dyes, yet they can be controlled in a scientific manner. Apart from showing colorant as a property, other bioactive properties are being antimicrobial, antioxidant, cytotoxic activities. Now, in India, we are still at a very nascent stage where research and some very few startups have just come up. But Pili Bio in France and Colorifix in UK have optimized the fermentation process of dye making, and the whole process is completely AI controlled. The number of microbes that have been explored, a few of them are listed here. Janenthinum bacterium, which is a bacteria, Monascus, Trichoderma, Fusarium. We've been able to explore a whole lot of fungi in our labs, largely Trichoderma, Fusarium, and Penicillium, as well as Rhizopus. Coming to the various steps, it's a long drawn process. The first thing is like microbes are ubiquitous. They are present all over in nature in different kind of sources like air, water, soil. And from these environmental factors, under sterile conditions in a laminar chamber, these microbes are screened, they are isolated. And the image over here that we can see is of a Petri dish. And if we see the back side of it, we can see the color oozing out from the mycelia. The first process of screening is to grow the microbe in a solidified agar plate. And there are various kinds of agar. For fungi, there are certain set of agars. For bacteria, there are certain sets. Normally, for fungi, the first screening is done in PDA, which is the potato dextrose agar. Once you have a whole lot of colonies of bacteria and fungi which are growing in the Petri dish, the second process, as we can see on the right side, is purification. So from here, the colonies which are showing an intense color are taken, and on the purified colonies, to get a clone or a progeny, to get a pure culture, they are grown again on a PDA. So that's the pure culture, and there are various standardized methods. So this particular image is showing a streaking method. Once the fungi or the microbe that you're dealing is screened, and it is showing the property of propensity to develop a color again and again, the next step is to optimize the physicochemical conditions so that the pigment production could be maximized. And the various factors, various conditions that we had taken were nutrient media, the time of incubation, temperature, type of incubation, pH, carbon and nitrogen sources. Coming to the first variable, we have optimization of media. So these are the various medias. All of them are synthetic medias, as you can see, the first 5: PDA, Zapeg, Sabod, peptone, glyceron. From the agar, there are 2 kinds of fermentation: solid state fermentation and submerged fermentation. For colorants, submerged fermentation is generally preferred. So from the agar, a similar kind of a liquid culture is taken, which is called a broth, and the composition is the same as that of agar. So here we can see the list of all kinds of broth. And the last one is the waste growth media, which we also tried: bagasse, extract broth, biogas slurry, kitchen waste broth, neem oil. They were all sourced from RDAT department of IIT Delhi, which had standardized compositions. And so we wanted to grow the fungi on these media as well. After exploring a whole lot of media, we realized there were 2 media only which were giving a good OD, optical density, as we can see in at lambda max of 490 nanometer. There were only 2 media which were showing a good OD, namely PDB and Sabot media. Sabot media is considered, which is composition, the carbon and sugar sources were dextrose and peptones, were considered to be better than PDB and more reliable, and therefore this media was taken forward. The next step was optimization of pH, where, as we can see, the pH range was taken from 3 to 11, and the pH of 5.6 gave the maximum OD. Here, the time for fermentation was also optimized, and it was found that at 28 days, the OD was 1.015. After this, the most important, the critical part is the optimization of carbon and nitrogen source. For any kind of a microbe, 50% of the weight of the microbe is carbon, and about 14 to 16% is nitrogen. So these are the various carbon sources that were taken: dextrose, fructose, sucrose, so mono, certain other polysaccharides, certain other starches, soluble starches, and all were also taken. And in this particular graph, we can see that dextrose and maltose were giving the best OD. And since Sabot medium, which was standardized, is anyway naturally made of dextrose, so dextrose was continued as the carbon source. For the nitrogen sources, various kinds of organic and inorganic sources were taken, and it was found that peptone gave the highest OD. Now, therefore, the optimized fermentation conditions for the pigment production of this particular fungi, which was called Penicillium minioluteum. The growth medium is suboid with dextrose and peptone as carbon and nitrogen sources. The pH was 5.6. The time was 28 days. The temperature was 15 degrees C. And there are certain kinds of fungi which grow in static conditions, certain which grow in stationary conditions, in shaking conditions. So for us, the static conditions were showing the best OD. Now, we've been able to standardize, like I just said, Aspergillus, Trichoderma, Penicillium purpuginum, Rhizopus, etc. Once the colorant is produced, the colorant could be intracellular within the microbial plant cell wall, or it could be extracellular where it extrudes out in the broth. And the yield and the substantivity depends on the method of extraction used. The extraction, we had taken the extracellular colorant forward because the intracellular was not showing a great OD or K-bias value in terms of color intensity or color depth on different kinds of substrates. So this extracellular colorant was taken, and the solubility was, the extraction of this was done in various kinds of polar and non-polar solvents like chloroform, ethyl acetate, hexane, etc. And it was found that N-butanol was found to be the best. There's another slide which is, was found to be the best. The TLC of purified pigment showed that the RF value was 0.631. Air, or the amount of oxygen that is there in the chamber in which the fermentation happens, is extremely important because there is increase in surface area in a large flask, and that enhances the supply of oxygen. It provides better mixing, a better mass transfer, which accelerates the growth of fungi and consequently the growth of secondary metabolites. So from a small culture flask, which has a capacity which is only a 500 ml, the scaling up in the lab was done in a half-kind flask, which had a 3-liter capacity. And the fermentation period got reduced from 28 days to 20 days. The OD was 1.015 on both the situations. On the left-hand side, we can see the FTIR of the colorant which has been screened, and we can see the broad peaks, and there are so many peaks here, which shows the presence of hydroxyl groups, alkanines, and sulfonic acid groups. The extracellular pigment behaved almost like an acid dye, and it was highly hydrophilic in nature. So this was finally the pigment that we had achieved. In order to understand the commercial viability, it is important to find out what is the yield of the dye. And so this crude extracellular colorant was lyophilized or freeze-dried, and it was realized that 6.2 gram of dried crude dye was obtained from 1 liter of crude colorant, which was giving an OD of 1.015. And when the enzyme assay was done, we realized that it had thermostable protease, which was identified by using casein gelatin agar plates. Not a lot of activity of protease was found. It was very mild, but yes, there was a presence of protease distinctly in that. So these were some of the samples which were dyed. Now, since the presence of protease is there, and there was a whole plethora of proteatic enzymes, all kinds of proteinaceous materials were dyed with the help of this particular dye. And we tried our experiments on silk, wool, and leather. And this particular slide is showing how the dye had been exhausted and fixed on wet blue goat nappa skin, which is leather which is normally used in various kinds of leather products. Optimization of dyeing variables was done in terms of time, temperature, and pH. We can see on the right-hand side, and various trials were done. And the color depth was calculated, which was the K/S value, and the LAB value was calculated to be able to characterize in terms of color measurement. The most important advantage, there are many colorants which can be applied, but the most important advantage of microbial dyes was in terms of the fact that it had a lot of bioactive components. It had auxiliaries, it had enzymes, polyketides, amphoteric auxiliaries, polyphenols, because of which a certain amount of abduction of scale, certain amount of defibrillation happened, and the dye exhaustion or dye navigation was very smooth, much faster, and also the level of bonding that the dye had with the substrate was so much higher. So as a result, we realized in terms of conventional dyeing processes, here the time reduction or the processing time for dyeing was much lesser. The dye color buildup was much better. Defibrillation happened, which improved the smoothness and softness, imparted a very good texture, and consequently luster to the substrate, which could be either silk or wool or leather. Conventional natural dyes are highly labor intensive. They have a long drawn process. But here, when we are bioengineering, because of the fermentation process, the time required to make the dye, the time and fuel energy required to dye the substrate was so much lesser, and the effluent was not toxic. So this was the first step of screening, and to be able to screen a microbe which had the propensity to generate a color, as well as to have the revitality to keep on generating it again and again. After this, certain amount of gene editing is run, and it is the role of a synthetic biologist to do a DNA editing and to transfer this with the help of recombinant DNA technology to a substrate. So this is what our work is in the initial, and the application could be in various sectors, not just in textiles as we had done it, but also in the food industry. Lycopene as a colorant, as a microbe, is already there in a lot of food products like sauces and jams and etc. In cosmetic industry, where there is a need for such dyes, provided we have checked the toxic levels as well. So further work is required for enhancing the color yield by optimizing growth and pigmentation, pigment producing conditions, and most importantly, the extraction methods need to be worked on. We had done only the chemical extraction, but today there are so many novel methods, UV rays, etc., where the extraction could be done to get a colorant in a more concentrated form. However, not at the cost of damage to the bioactive components. The colorant was in crude and pure form both, but what we advise is therefore to use the crude colorant and not to go in for the purification cost, which would just add up to the cost of making the dye. So with that, we had also made a small collection of products. So here on Mulberry Silk, there is a collection of neckwear, ties, cravats, and bows, which we had done as part of the project there. This project was funded by Delhi University Innovation Project Scheme for promoting research in interdisciplinary areas. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Charugupta, for your very nice and interesting talk. Unfortunately, because we are running behind the schedule, and hence, we will not be able to take any question. There is one, raised hand, but I'm really sorry, I will not be able to take, this question. So we'll move to the next speaker now. Thank you, Professor Gupta, again.
Thank you.
Yeah, so the next speaker is Lavanya J. So Lavanya J, so it's an oral talk. Lavanya would be talking, and she's from Hindustan Institution of Technology and Science, Chennai, and she will be talking about exploring the uniqueness of block printing technology in textiles, a sustainable approach. So Lavanya, you have 10 minutes to finish. I will be switching on my video once the time is over. Okay, so try to limit your talk to 9 to 10 minutes. Yeah, you can
okay, sir.
go ahead.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. I thank Textile Association for giving this opportunity to present. I would like to share a PPT. Okay, see, I'm presenting this on behalf of Dr. Gokaneshan sir and myself, and we are from the Department of Fashion Design and Arts from Hindustan Institute of Technology and Science. Today, I'm here to speak about block printing. When it comes to block printing, it is the simplest and the most oldest technique that has been used to transfer designs onto the fabric. Okay, and generally when it comes to block printing, the designs are carved on relief pattern. That is, when we speak about block printing, we have different types of blocks. The blocks that are used for like printing borders, and blocks that are used for printing an all over pattern, and also blocks that are used for printing individual motifs. Whatever be the designs, all these are carved on relief. That is, whichever part we want to be colored, those are carved out and they stand out from the background. Okay.
Mr. Punit Sharma, can
And
you
then-
mute yourself? Mr. Punit Sharma, please mute yourself.
And then we have got like when it comes to an block for different colors, we have to like carve out different individual blocks for each color, like what we see in the picture now. Okay, like if this is the outline and these are the two filling blocks that we are going that is used to print a pattern like this. Okay, like the outline will be in one block, the filling colors, the different colors will be in two different blocks. Okay, and this is an all over pattern which is printed in one impression, and this can be repeated all over. The flexibility of block is such that there is a lot of design possibilities in it. One single block can be used to print different patterns. We can use it to print an all over continuous design, or we can use it to
Mila, I've finished. Good morning.
as like
Good morning.
different
Ab
style,
batao
we can
kya
style
karna
it out in different patterns. Okay, this is an all over pattern which is done repeatedly by
Okay.
placing the blocks repeatedly. And you can also put it in a different pattern. You can align it in different pattern. Everything is done with a single block. These things, design possibilities, are not possible when it comes to a screen or other techniques of printing, for which you'll have to develop different layouts for it. Different layouts are only possible when it comes to block printing. See, all these are like different examples printed with the same block. Okay. You can like customize each and every
Lavanya, can you,
imprint.
Lavanya, excuse me, just can you wait for 1 minute?
Yeah, sure.
Vipula, can you, there is one person who is unmuted and I cannot mute. Is it possible to mute him from your side? Because Vipula, you have to unmute. Huh?
Sir, I have sent this to already technical team. They'll be doing it.
Okay. Yeah, Lavanya, go ahead.
Yeah. See, like we can customize the prints and one minute. We can customize the prints in different patterns. Okay. And there are also like different, see, the block is same. It is all like carved out of wood, but we use the same block for different printing techniques. You can use it for like ajrak, bag, sangane, rapid dyes, acid dyes, discharge printing, printing colors. All these are basically done using wooden blocks, but the colors, the pigment colors, or the color, the dye stuff that they use are different, and the process in which the fabric is processed, either before the printing or after the printing, varies. But all these things are done only with the help of blocks. When it comes to ajrak printing, it is an resist print, and it is done on both the sides of the fabric, and the colors used would be like indigo, red, and black. When it comes to bark, they prefer geometrical designs, paisley and floral. Black and red colors are predominantly used, and it's like against a background. And Sankara prints in this, the white background is either white or beige, and they have like delicate prints, floral prints that are used for it. And when it comes to rapid dye printing, they use stabilized azoic dyes and also naphthol dyes. Acid colors, when it comes to acid colors, it's printed first using acid colors and gum arabic base, and then it is steamed and then washed. When it comes to discharge printing, the fabric is initially like dyed and then using discharge colors, dyed using discharge colors, and then it is printed with a non-dischargeable color and then steamed and washed. Pigment colors are a recently used technique, and this is the most very simple technique in which we just have to directly print it on the fabric using SLN binder. Okay, and once it is printed, curing process is also like very simple, where it has to be like either sun dried or just a normal ironing process on the reverse is enough for it. Okay, and then what makes this block printing popular is, for each, like there is no limitation as to the minimum number of quantity that it has to be printed. When it comes to screen printing, the screens have to be placed and it's quite huge. Okay, so there has to be a minimum quantity. Say, for example, if you go in for an wholesale printing, for screen print, they would ask you a minimum printing of like 300 meters or 100 meters per design per color. Whereas when it comes to blocks, since it is manually done, it is just manually stamped. So each and every meter can be customized. Okay, and this is why, that is why this is more popular, and we can customize. Having a collection of designs, we can customize it up to like how much of a design combinations we can give it to them. And this is an the wooden blocks that we use, if we take proper care of it, it can even last for 10 to 15 years also. The maintenance of wooden blocks is much simpler, and it's more convenient to handle wooden blocks than other printing machineries. And when it comes to the origin of block printing, in India, this has been used for over 300, 400 years, and it was very popular in Rajasthan and in Gujarat also. The techniques that they used were like, they used all the natural dyes, ajrak, sanganer prints, bark prints, all these were like traditionally used techniques. And with this, block prints found a versatility because the blocks were the same. It were all carved out of wood, and it was carved on the grain of the wood. Okay, and the only difficulty was the carving of the block. And once the block is carved, then the design possibilities are plenty. And when it comes to printing in Rajasthan, they have this was practiced in Jaipur, Sanganer areas, and they used natural colors. For ajrak, as I told you earlier, it is an resist printing. Whereas when it comes to Sanganer and bark printing, it were direct printing onto the fabric. And the wood carving is done in such a way that the relief pattern, the impressions where we want the designs to be visible, those are carved out, and the other areas are cut out from the block. And for each design, we have to have an individual block. And the block is dipped into the ink, and then the design is transferred onto the fabric by either like hand stamping it or by using a small hammer. In some places, they use a small hammer, whereas most of the printers, they use only their hand to tap that impression onto the fabric. It is an entirely manual process, and it does not use any machineries for transferring the color or for like printing it. It just requires a table. Generally, the tables are larger and to fit in the fabric. When it comes to printing saris, they customize it in such a way that the entire sari with blouse, which is like roughly around 6.2 or 6.5 meters, and table of that much long, 6.5 meters, and a width of 48 or 52 inches is used. It is covered with layered with gunny, and then the top layers are with Gada fabric, the gray fabric. And on top of this, every sari that every material fabric they print it and then they remove it. It's just like pinned manually. All the process that is revolving around this block printing is all done manually, right from the block carving to the impression that they make on the fabric. And drying is also like, drying of the fabric is also very easy. It is either sun dry or it has to be a minimal curing is enough for it. And some processes, when it comes to vegetable dyes, this involves printing and then dyeing. This process, when it comes to printing and then dyeing, that is also done manually. Both the process, once the printing is done, it is left out to dry, and then it is taken up for drying. And before drying, it is also like essential when you are using natural dyes, you have to wash the fabric in running water. And once the washed fabric is taken up for dyeing, wherever the color has been applied. Here, when it comes to natural dyes, we use mordants along with the printing paste to take up the color when it has been dyed. So basically, when it comes to natural dye printing, you print it only with the mordant. You print it with the mordant, and then you print it with the mordant, and sorry, the printing is done with the gum base and the mordant. And then like once it is washed, the mordant would have already fixed onto the fabric. Okay, and so when you're washing it, the gum gets washed away. And after when you're taking it up for dyeing, the mordant picks up the color, and the areas that are not been printed, they get tinted, not dyed, but they just get tinted. And that is how like the natural dye prints, they get an unique look of and tinted and then color variation. And after this process of dyeing, there are certain colors that have to be applied on a secondary basis, like indigo and greens. All these are dyed, all these are colored after the dyeing process. They are done in a secondary stage.
Yeah, Ms. Lavanya, you have 1 more minute to finish. Yeah, 1 minute. Okay. Please finish.
Okay, fine. Okay. And the specialty of block printing is it does not like each and every design can be customized, and we do not use too much of an electricity in terms of like machinery usage. And the blocks, if it is properly maintained, can be used up to 10 to 15 years. And when it comes to natural dyes, it gives an uniqueness, and the impression of the uniqueness of the printer can be seen with the printer's impression can be seen onto the blocks. Each and every impression that a printer makes is unique. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much.
So you're muted.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Lavanya, for your talk. In the challenging circumstances, challenging environment, I can understand when a kid is at home, how difficult it is to give it access. Thank you so much for your informative talk. Yeah, so we'll just move ahead with the next slide because we have, we are just running behind schedule. Thank you.
So you're muted again.
So the next talk is by Wong Yan.
So Wong Yan is not present. We can move.
Okay. Okay. Then we will take the last talk. So the last talk is from Mr. Ankit Singh. So Ankit is a PhD scholar at Department of Textile and Fiber Engineering at IIT Delhi. And he would be talking about synthesis of a novel reactive dye for imparting multifunctional protection to nylon. So Ankit, you have 10 minutes to finish your talk. Yeah, you can start now.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So the title of the work is Synthesis of a Novel Reactive Dye for Imparting Multifunctional Protection to Nylon. In this work, we have synthesized a dye, a cold-brand reactive dye, which has been applied on nylon to impart the mosquito repellent and UV protection. So, as we all know that demand of functional textile is increasing, and various functionalities which are required, such as antibacterial, mosquito repellent, flame retardant, water repellent, and UV protection. So coloring material are the materials which are used to color the textiles, and out of them, dyes are an important class of the coloring materials, and various dyes are available, such as direct, reactive, wet, sulfur, acid, and one dye can be applied to the multiple type of fibers, and it will create the different type of dye fiber interaction. So azochromophore is the most utilized chromophore to synthesize the textile dyes. So to make an azochromophore, we need two components. One is an aromatic base, second one is naphthol. So Aromatic base such as aniline can be diazotized to form its diazonium salt. Then it can be reacted with the coupling components such as 2-naphthol to form an azodie, and this can be done at 0 to 5 degrees Celsius. So, functional dyes are the dyes which generate the dyeing and finishing effect in a single process, which is called functional dyeing. And as we are eliminating the finishing step, so we can expect that it will impart the lower energy consumption, and dye interact with the fiber through dye fiber interaction, so we can expect the durable properties also, and lower manpower is also associated with this functional dyes, so less production timing also. So there are various literatures which are available on the functional dyes. We can see here pyrrole, chitogen, and benzophenone based dyes were explored, and most of dyes having antibacterial and UV protection properties has been researched. So mosquito repellent dyes has been limited explored, so it is an interesting area to be explored. So we have explored that. There are various mosquito repellents which are available, such as DT, ethylene thalate, and pyrimethine, and natural mosquito repellents are also available. Among them, DT is most utilized mosquito repellent, so we have used that. Various products such as lotions, creams, electric devices, spray is available. So among of them, textile is more widely used material by the human being. So it is an interesting material to impart the mosquito repellent protection. So in this work, we have prepared an intermediate based on the DT. It was nitrated using H2SO4 and HNO3. Then this was reduced using zinc and HCl. The product name was DTNS2. Then this was diazotized in the presence of NNO2 and HCl at 0 to 5 degrees Celsius to form the diazonium salt of the DTNS2. So to synthesize the cold brown reactive dye, basically we have reacted the cyanuric chloride, which is an reactive intermediate, with the H acid at 0 to 5 degrees Celsius to form cyanuric H acid. Then cyanuric H acid was reacted with the previous product, which is diazotized DTNS2 at 0 to 5 degrees Celsius to form a reactive dye, cold brown reactive dye. So this dye was applied on the nylon at 40 degrees Celsius using the cold brown dyeing method. On these were the shades which have been generated at 1 to 5% on the weight of fabric. As we can see here, with increasing the shade percentage, the darkness of shade is increasing. So assessment of the color on the fabric was done using the CCM, and these are the data which represents the color values of the dyed fabric. We can see here L value is continuously decreasing, and A is increasing, and B is negatively increasing. So color strength is the an parameter which indicates the presence of dye on the fabric. As we can see here, with increasing shade percentage, the color strength is increasing. So this can be also said that with increasing shade percent, more dye on the fabric was present. So these were the international standard which have been used to evaluate the fastness and functional properties of the dyed fabrics. This table shows the fastness data of the dyed fabric. We can see here washing fastness in the range of good to excellent 4 to 5. Similarly, dry and wet rubbing fastness in the range of good to excellent was obtained, and light fastness in the range of 5 to 6 were obtained. So exhaustion is the amount of dye which has been gone from the dye bath to the fabric. It has been calculated by comparing the absorbance value of the dye bath before and after dyeing. So we can see here, with increasing the shade percentage, the exhaustion values were decreased, and more than 68% exhaustion by the dye on the linol was obtained. Similarly, we have obtained the fixation value for the dye on the fabric. It was calculated by comparing the Kavaris values before and after soaping. We can see here more than 70% fixation was obtained, and the 1% shade showed the 83% fixation values. So This is the result for mosquito repellent protection. We can see here at 1% set, it imparted the 87.8% mosquito repellent protection, and with increasing the set percent, mosquito repellent protection has become the 100%, and it was durable. So we can see here after 20 washes, we have obtained also the 100% repellent protection. So UV protection factor is an indicator which UPF for the UV protection activity of the dyed fabric. We can say here undyed nylon was having the poor UPF rating, and with increasing the shade percentage, the UPF values were improved. However, it was light in the good range, and after 20 washes, it was also retained in the good range. So UV protection activity of the dyed fabric was confirmed by the UPF value. Coming to the conclusion, we have synthesized a novel reactive dye which was applied on nylon and generated the functional UV protection and mosquito repellent nylon, and 100% activity, mosquito repellent activity and good UV protection were achieved. And we have calculated the exhaustion, fixation, coloration, fastness properties of the dyed fabric. And this suggests that it is an excellent option for making the colored and multifunctional nylon fabric. So these are the references. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ankit. Very nice talk, and well within the time. So we have some time for questions. Anyone would like to ask any question to Ankit? Okay, no. So Ankit, I can ask one small question. So this mosquito repellency test you carried out in the department or somewhere else?
Somewhere else, sir. IIT doesn't allow this facility.
Okay. Why doesn't allow the facility?
We have to take the permission. So the culture of these mosquitoes and all.
Okay, okay. And when you say this 100% efficiency, that means for all kind of mosquito, or some specific.
We have tested it on anopheles. So this mosquito repellent is almost repellent for the all mosquitoes. DT. It has been already reported. So we have tested only one type of anopheles.
Okay, okay, great.
This is malaria.
Great. So nice talk, and something which could be very useful and could be commercialized. So thank you, Ankit, so much for your nice talk. So with this, this session ends, and we had one keynote talk, one oral talk, and two. So one invited talk and two oral talk. One of the speakers was not able to attend this particular session. So thank you to all the speakers for some very nice talk, and also adhering to the time which was given to them. Thank you, Vipula, to you also for managing this session. And it's over to you, Vipula, now.
Thank you so much, sir. First of all, I would like to congratulate all the speakers for successfully handling the sessions. And I would also like to thank Professor Bhanu, sir, for successfully conducting the session. Thank you, everyone.
When is the next session?
Sir, most probably all the parallel sessions would be over, and we'll be directly forward to the next sessions.
Okay, so it's immediately after.
Yeah, so it's immediately after. We just have a tea break for 10 minutes, and then we have a next session.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Shall we start, sir? Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Good morning.
Morning, Ragini.
Welcome to good morning. Welcome to the session 12, which is panel discussion on innovation in geotextiles. Firstly, I would like to introduce our panelist, Mr. Arvind Kumar Mishra, who is Managing Director at Mangdechu Hydroelectric Project Authority, and Mr. Anand Zambre, who is Executive Director at National Committee on Precision Agriculture and Horticulture, NCPAH, under Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, New Delhi. I welcome you both. Please begin the discussion, sir. Now, the session is yours, sir.
Should I start or?
Yes, sir. You can start.
Yes, sir. Please, you start. Then I will continue.
So I will show you some slides because basically I'm a civil engineer by profession and working all along in the hydroelectric projects both in Bhutan and India, and we have used the geosynthetics and geotextiles a lot in some of our works. And I am going to share with you the knowledge and the application of these products in our projects. So I'll show you one by one the slides.
Sir, can you speak a bit loudly, please, if you don't mind?
Sure.
सर नीचे बॉटम में ये ग्रीन कलर का बटन है, एक शेयर स्क्रीन, आप उस पर क्लिक कीजिए प्लीज।
Okay.
हाँ। इसको स्लाइड मोड पे डाल दीजिए सर।
Okay. Next. See, the geotextile is also known as geosynthetics. Geotextile in the future will replace more of the functions of the metals, such as iron in the engineering construction. Geosynthetics are planar products manufactured from polymeric material and are used with soil, rock, and any other geotechnical related material as an integral part of human-made projects. Next. Some common examples of geosynthetics which we have been using are as below: geotextiles, geomembranes, geogrids, geosynthetic clay liners, geonets, geocells, geocomposites, drains, geofoams, and geopipes. Properties of geotextile: physical properties, mechanical properties, hydraulic properties. Physical properties are measured as below: mass per unit area, pore size, surface finish. Similar to above, the mechanical properties are measured as below: load deformation characteristics, the long-term deflection characteristics. For the mechanical and the hydraulic properties, the following parameters are measured: load deformation characteristics, long-term deflection characteristics, permeability, and long-term durability of the soil. Geosynthetics are commonly used in the following civil engineering works: pavement stabilization and reinforcement, retaining structures, ground improvement, water management, secure containment facilities for landfills, erosion control, coastal protection. This is one of the just a small example which I am showing a cross section where it is basically a canal cross section, and how the geosynthetics is placed. Just look at this is the now the new technique has been getting introduced into the most of the irrigation works. Small canals are now getting protected like this. Next. Now here I would like to show the relationship between the percentage finer by weight and the grain size diameter, which we usually draw for the soil also. So if you look at the A, B, C, and the dam for which it is being, one of the dam, it has been experimented, it is almost hugging, it is almost following the line which is required for a filtration, the granular size. If you look at the Rathfill Dam or a Rockfill Dam, we have to compact the soil initially in the embankments and the core, which is basically clay. And when we go for the putting the filters for draining out the seeped water inside the dam body, then we have to be very selective on the grain size, which is to be protected, to be washed out or to be eroded because of the water head. So we have to have the clarity with respect to its percentage finer size. So this is with respect to that I have just shown it. Next. This is how the things are getting done on ground. Just a typical section where we have shown that how the geomembrane is placed and then how the stainless steel flat along with the polysulfide sealant and how this arrangement is made. So how it is to be secured in place, that is the arrangement. You can see the new neoprene gasket just below and the other details as below. Now look at here, this is a cross section through a spillway. This is a typical section where the spillway is protected by putting the geomembranes in place. You can see the geomembrane positioning in a dam section, how it is to be placed and how it is to be protected, just for the sake of understanding. Next. Now look at the earthfill dam or a rockfill dam, where we have to protect the water side and putting the gravels and then the geotextile in place. If you look at number 1, 2, 3, and 4, they are showing you the placement and how all this is protected from the upstream to downstream. Next. Now look at this picture. Here the downstream is fully protected by putting simple jute bags. No, the whole carpet is protecting the downstream flow where the rains are too much and there is a probability of local erosion of the downstream slope. Is fully protected. Now look at this. Here we have protected again a slope which is mild in nature and getting eroded every year because of the rainfall and high intensity rainfall. And if you look at, there's a net, geonet, and it is allowing the grass to grow with passage of time, and it is giving you the strengthening of the slope. Next. Now look at the details when we are putting a geotextile for the drainage purpose or for a slope protection. How the entire system is. If you look at the sketch, the entire box is having inside the different size of pebbles, but the outside there is a geotextile net, and how it is regulating the seepage water so that the fines are not flowing out. Next. Look at another example of geomembranes with thin and flexible sheets of waterproofing material, generally polymeric, and sometimes bituminous also. This is also now under use in some of the earthfill dams and rockfill dams in our country. Now look at the embankment dam. Here these are the carpets mixed with jute and textiles, and just to protect the downstream slopes, because upstream slope is having the water fill the water upstream, and the downstream slope is usually vacant. And whenever there is a severe rain, you will find that the local erosion is taking place, and then it starts failing. So this is fully protected. Now look at, I have shown a dam, this dam is not in India, it is outside. But here also, the protection is made on the upstream phase, a water sealing on the upstream phase of an arch dam. And this is being done somewhere in Europe, especially I think in France. Now look at the canal. This is a big size canal, and here to ensure that the permeability is under control and the slopes are stable. Most of the slopes are failing in our country because of the water is seeping in, and over the period you suddenly will find that the downstream slope of the canal is failed, water is seeping out. Now with this protection inside the canal, you will find that there's absolutely no seepage outside, and even if the canal slope is steep, you are protecting the canal from that water which is flowing outside. Next. The polymeric compounds used in geomembranes can be considered impermeable. For example, standard tests performed determining geomembrane acceptance are equivalent to the coefficient of permeability 10 to the power minus 14. It's a high value which to be achieved after the placement of the membranes. And look at the permeability value, 10 to the power minus 14. And in our civil engineering general design standard methods, we usually go for 10 to the power minus 7 meters per second, that we put it equivalent to 1 luson. That means under a 1 meter head, if I place in a system, then I must have a seepage that is called 1 luson. So whatever quantity comes with respect to 1 luson, that is 10 to the power minus 7, against which you are getting almost double, that's 10 to the power minus 14. This is possible. Next. Now look at the permeability values in the intact materials compared to the 10 to the power minus 14. Cement concrete, if you look at 10 to the power minus 12, cement concrete in field, we put a cheap set 10 to the power minus 10. Roller compacted concrete, these are the dams now in practice. We call it RCC dams. 10 to the power minus 8 to 10 to the power minus 6, bituminous concrete 10 to the power minus 9, bituminous concrete field, then the clay layer 10 to the power minus 9. These are the standards which are usually followed as a benchmark. Next. Leakage increased for the last two reasons. The damage caused to the geomembrane by the team walking on the geomembrane to perform the visual inspection, and by the crew performing the repairs. Stresses induced in the geomembrane by repeated displacement of the geomembrane due to the cycles of emptying and filling of the reservoir. This is what the main two reasons are there, because of which the leakages are taking place in the membranes. Now, this is the non-woven geotextiles are available in different kind of thicknesses related to mass per unit area. This is also a new product which is getting introduced into the civil engineering works, not in much in use, but getting introduced. Now, there is wide discrepancy between the practice in different countries. Like in USA, we consider the mass per unit area for geotextile, they are considering about 500 grams per meter square, considered heavy. In Europe, they consider 1,000 grams per square meters of similar material. The technically advanced cases, it is about 2,000 grams per meter square. So different countries, we have the different standards for the mass per unit area and the geotextile. Next. Now look at this composite layer. If there's a clay at the bottom, the geomembrane at the top, how it is getting protected? A composite liner associated with complementary materials, a geomembrane and a layer of clay, compacted clay or bentonite geocomposite. Next. Now look at the geomembrane wrinkles. Where the geomembranes are spread in a wider area, usually you find the wrinkles at the top of the surface. So this wrinkle is also a cause of getting damaged these geomembranes. So for that, usually the clay is placed before placing the membranes on it. Wrinkles happen with certain types of geomembranes due to the high coefficient of thermal expansion and high bending stiffness. Wrinkles must be eliminated through an appropriate construction practice to ensure intimate contact between the geomembrane and the clay and fully benefit from the composite liner effect. Next. General rule, do not put two independent liners directly on top of each other unless they are sufficiently blasted. Water, that is the liquid and oblique vapor, and the air will accumulate between the two liners. The upper liner, especially if it is a geomembrane, will be uplifted and damaged. That is the main reason actually the air gets trapped And that is the reason there's a small micro hairline cracks or a pinholes are getting on the geomembranes. For example, there is a geomembrane placed directly on the top of an aspartic liner. The geomembrane was lifted by water and air entrapped between the two liners. This usually happens when we are not placing it properly. Next. Double liner system consists of two liners, primary liner and secondary liner, separated by a drainage layer, acting as a leakage collection and a detection layer. This is also a way out how to protect the geomembranes. Now look at this systematic presentation of a double liner system. There's a top line, there's the bottom line, and in between there's a secondary liner placed, and how the water is to be channelized. That is shown. How the pipes are to be placed, at which location is to be placed, is the best way of putting it. Now here is there is an original drawing published in 1973 presenting a double liner concept. No, this was the concept when we started. Now there's an improvement into it. Next. The essential feature of a double liner is a very small hydraulic head on a secondary liner, which ensures that there is a very little leakage into the ground. In addition, double liners have many other advantages also. Now look at this. It is a dam again. This is an area of stress concentration, and how so nicely the downstream is protected, where we find that if there is a heavy rainfall in the area, or there is a drop in temperature in the night, if it goes minus, then this protection helps a lot against the damages. Two aspects to be considered when dealing with the attachments: geomembrane selection and the shape of the rigid structure. Next. Analysis of stresses and strains in geomembrane next to the grid structure shows that likelihood of geomembrane rupture caused by different settlements is a function of tension strain curves of the geomembranes. This is a theoretical aspect which has been tested in labs and also seen on the ground. Now, settlement, that is stresses on the geomembrane and stresses on the, look at theoretically how the stresses are going to come and how the settlement will take place. While the various available geomembranes are all quasi-impermeable and therefore quasi-equivalent from the viewpoint of impermeability, they are very different from the viewpoint of mechanical properties. The following graph illustrates the huge variety of tension strain curves and currently available on geomembranes. Now look at this. This is a general comparison between the various types like EPDM, PVC, PVC geotextile, bitumen, SD. But if you look at the tension versus strain relationship, then you will find that as you move towards the right, the things are becoming more in control, because if you look at here, the permissible allowed strain, say up to 120 or into this, while if you are on the left side, you are within the range of 0 to 40 strain value in percentage term with respect to the tension. Next. The analysis not described here shows that the most rigid geomembranes and the most deformable geomembranes are most likely to rupture next to the attachment that geomechanics with intermediate tension curves. Next. Now look at here, which I have shown earlier. This is the bandwidth. We are showing here that which is, you will compare that if you go on the left side, the options, and if you go on the right side, what are the options? Three types of geomembrane line dams must be considered. Two types of new dams, that is embankment dams, lower compacted concrete dams, and old concrete and masonry dams rehabilitated with geomembrane casing. Next. Alternatively, geomembrane line dams can be classified as below. Embankment dams, that is, we have two varieties, rockfill dams and earthfill dams. Concrete dams, we have the roller compacted concrete dams and the conventional concrete dams, and the masonry dams. Next. The potential mechanisms of deterioration of dam body by water can be put in two categories: progressive deterioration of dam material due to the presence of flow water. Second, the instability of dam due to the detrimental effect of the water pressure. Next. In case of embankment dams, the two potential mechanisms are dam body deterioration by water, material deterioration, and the instability depending on type of the dam. Next. In case of earth dam, the progressive material deterioration, if it occurs by an internal erosion, that is piping, Instability of dam, if it occurs, it is caused by high pore water pressure in the downstream of the part of the dam. Remember what we said earlier, the potential mechanisms of deterioration of dam body by water can be put in two categories. Progressive deterioration of dam material due to the presence of seepage water. Second is the instability of dam due to the detrimental effect of the water pressure. In concrete terms, water body deterioration can result from the following mechanisms. Deterioration of the dam material may be due to the alkali aggregate reaction in the presence of water, leaching of cement by seeping of water, freezing and thaw cycles obviously linked to the water. Instability of the dam may be caused by water pressure and cracks in the lift joints. Alkali aggregate reaction, usually like Hirakud Dam. There is a big problem in Hirakud Dam in Odisha, where the alkali aggregate reaction caused to that extent there is expansion in the concrete, and because of that, the radial gates placed in the concrete dam are obstructed. The gate are not moving into the groove properly. So this is a very serious problem, especially in those dams where the alkali aggregate reaction is taking place. And because for the swelling pressures that deteriorates the concrete. In case of concrete dams, for all the reasons mentioned earlier, alkali aggregate reaction, leaching cement, freezing, thaw, and stability to water pressure in the body of the dam must be kept dry. This is achieved by associating geomembranes in drainage system. The drainage system collects the leakage water and water drained from the dam body, if any, and it conveys the collected water from the downstream side of the dam. Based on the preceding discussions, it is important to keep the dam body dry in concrete dams, in particular when there is a risk of an alkali aggregate reaction. This is particularly true in case of rehabilitation of old concrete dams where alkali aggregate reaction has started for a long time before rehabilitation is taking place. I just would like to share that if you look the history in our own country, for last those dams which are say more than 50 years old or maybe 70 years old, or they were commissioned soon after the India got independence, we have certain dams which are facing this alkali aggregate reaction problem because of its expansion is taking place, and dam is becoming inoperational because of the restrictions in the operation of the gates. This is the biggest problem we are facing in some of the old dams. In case of the rehabilitation of old concrete dams, keeping the dam body dry means not only to drain the water leaking through the holes in the geomembranes and the water seeping from the periphery of the geomembranes, but also progressively drain water that has accumulated into the dam over the years. Next. In RCC dam, this is a new technique. If you look, this has entered into the entire world. The CFRDs, we call it concrete stress doppel dam, and the rolled compacted concrete dams. These are the special two techniques which have come after the conventional dams, that is the concrete dams and conventional concrete dams and earthfill and rockfill dams. Now the world is moving towards RCC dams, which is a rolled compacted concrete dam, and the CFRDs, that is a concrete phase rockfill dam, because of the economy. These dams are slightly cheaper than what we had been doing in past. So in case of RCC dams, there's a high probability of a leakage through dam. The probability of leakage is happening because the permeability of the dam material is high. Because of the roller compacted concrete, the concrete is placed into the dam body in a layered manner through the dozer, and it is compacted. It is just like an earthfill dam, where unlike the concrete dams which are conventionally made, we create joints. Joint by joint, the dam is built. We call it dam block joint. But in an RCC dam, there's no joint. The concrete is rolled like a clay, and then no joint is created right from the left to right abutment. This dam can be built faster. But the problem is that this dam is having the permeability is high. There's a possibility of seepage through the dam body. The water tightness of the construction joints is difficult to achieve. The interfaces between the lifts of the compacted concrete provide preferential paths for water. So I have just brought out that these dams, though they are cheaper, but they are also dangerous with respect to the seepages downstream. Next. But in RCC dam, there's a risk of progressive degradation of concrete due to leaching of cement by seeping water, and some cases alkali aggregate reaction. Therefore, in RCC dam, there are two goals of lining system, and both are essential: the leakage reduction and prevention of dam body deterioration. In all cases where the geomembranes is located and or near the upstream face of dam, a drainage layer is necessary beneath the geomembrane to prevent the presence of water under the geomembrane, which could lift the geomembrane in case of rapid drawdown of the reservoir. So now there's a after the induction of the geomembranes, the designers are trying to have a design in which, if the water is in the dam body getting entered as a seepage water, how to tackle this water, how to ensure that this water is not damaging the dam body itself. So for that, there is a arrangement of drainage is being included into the design itself. Concrete exposed to water can be deteriorated by frost or alkali reactions. This is one of the dam where the deterioration has taken place in 40 years. This is upstream phase of the dam. This is not in India, it is outside, somewhere in Europe. And the rate of leakage increased by a factor of 10. So when the dam was built and when the dam was worked for, let's say, 40 years, the leakage increased 10 times. Next. This is the dam in Italy, where again the same problem. There's a leakage from the dam body. And now you cannot dismantle the whole dam and you can go for rebuilding the new dam. This is going to be a big cost. So this upstream phase is getting protected because of the help of the geomembranes. Now there's another dam which I have shown using geomembrane. If you look at the upstream phase, it's totally sealed. So the downstream seepage, which was increasing year over the year, is reducing, or rather it is minimizing. The geomembrane exposed since 1980. Now look at the upstream phase. Once you dewater the dam body, you will find that the membranes are intact and there's no damage into the geomembranes. Then again, geomembrane use the downstream side of the dam, how it is getting protected. It is a typical dam, which we call it buttress dam, 1940 in France. Next. How effective are the geomembranes for controlling leakage to dams? Data for 8 dams rehabilitated using geomembranes show it. The leakage rate, that is ratio before and after rehabilitation, ranges between 4 to 1200. So the entire data and long-term data says that there is a reduction in the old dams as far as the seepage is concerned. There are two important things. One, that because if the seepage you don't control, deterioration will continue and dam will have a crack after some of the years. Now, that is number one. Number two, if the dam is meant for a storage purpose or irrigation purpose, you are losing a valuable water volume through leakage. That is a loss, revenue loss to the dam owner. The preceding slide shows that there is a significant reduction in seepage leakage when a geomembrane is used in the upstream phase of the dam. But it should be remembered that another benefit, which is often is the main benefit, is that thanks to the drainage system, the leakage is not seeping through the dam body, so the dam body is dry. This is this has been seen in the many old dams where the upstream phase is totally sealed and the seepage was drastically reduced in old dams. Zero leakage through a single liner does not exist in the real world. Leakage through single liner can be reduced by good workmanship, construction quality assurance, and electric leak location survey. Good workmanship is the most important factor among the factors related to the construction. Construction quality assurance and electric survey are not substitutes for the good workmanship. The only thing which is important is that once you go for a geosynthetic liner, single liners, then the workmanship is highly important. The material may be good, but if it is not placed properly in the dam upstream body, which is a built dam, and you have to place it very nicely, then the effectiveness of the membrane will not come. So the good workmanship is highly important in such dams. Zero leakage through a single liner does not exist through drainage system. There are limits to the geomembranes liner technology. For example, placing two liners together requires intimate contact and appropriate loading. Thus, the composite liners can often be used in landfills, are difficult to use for the liquid containment. Double liners are effective in all applications. Now, this research work is going on. Whether we should go for a single geomembrane or we should go for double geomembranes. If it is a dam which is very old and the height is not much, and the seepage is high, we go for double line. We will put two membranes together. Next. Impermeability of the liner material is necessary, but not sufficient. Mechanical properties of geomembranes are important. There are huge differences between the geomembranes regarding mechanical properties, leading to significant differences in performance. There are significant differences between the dams on one hand and the landfills and the reservoirs on the other hand regarding leakage control. Though we are using the same membranes in dams, same membranes in the fills, landfills, but the application is different. If you go for a dam, if you go for a landfill, the applications are different. Geosynthetics based products are in use in highways, flyovers, approach retaining walls, river joining walls, retaining walls, foundations, slope stability measures, downstream slopes, filter designs for drainage purpose in earthfill and rockfill dams meant for irrigation and hydraulic projects. The technical suitability and cost effectiveness in the above referred components of the various works over a period have been established, and in future the utilization of geosynthetic products will go up in exponential manner. In addition to above, the use of geosynthetic is also getting promotion in the protection of landfill areas in the metro cities. This is in a nutshell. If you look at the use of geosynthetic is highly effective in the dams and in hydroelectric projects. All the four types of dams which I described, whether it is a rockfill dam, earthfill dam, conventional concrete dam, or the RCC dam, which we call it rolled compacted concrete dam, or a CFRD, which we call it concrete phase rockfill dam, we are using extensively these geosynthetics, and this use is increasing year-on-year basis because the effectiveness is visible. Old dams are rehabilitated against the seepages, and we have rather you can say in world over, we have saved a lot of water, which is so precious in some of the countries where the water is available only during the rains, and remaining time of the year the water is not available. You have to use the stored water, drinking water. Under those conditions, and especially in those countries where water is so precious, this effectiveness is increasing, and it is widely used. And then I would like to conclude my session, and I would like to thanks to my participants who have seen it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It was a nice presentation from your side.
Thank you.
It was a new, so many new things for us.
Yes.
So, shall I continue with my presentation now?
Yeah. Sir, with the permission of the chair and the presenter, I have small questions.
Yes, please.
Sir, these are not directly related to your presentation, but four very, very small questions. If you can touch upon them, they are connected to build tech and other areas. First of all, coming to Uttarakhand, where the geology or the the earth structure is slate. The mountains are made of more of slate, and due to deforestation, the landslides occur. So can we use biodegradable geomembranes, geotextiles there? That's question number one. Then can we use this ultra high molecular weight polyethylene in rehabilitation, not only of dams, but of columns and beams where the seepage is there? And the third is that can the composites, please refer to your graph on stress strain graph. If we can have a composite where different polymers are used, it can lie somewhere in between, and the young modulus will have the best of both. These are my four questions. Thank you.
The first question which you said about the slopes.
Sir, can you speak a bit loudly, please?
The first question you asked about how to protect the slopes, where the slopes are failing.
Yeah, in Uttarakhand, especially where the slate mountains are of slate.
So I just would like to say, suggest to you that I have experimented in Bhutan similar slopes and non-frame method In this stone frame method, we go for the engineering majors which are connected with geotextile, as well as some engineering majors, and those slopes which we have protected a little costlier if you compare with the cost than the Indian estimates whichever conventionally we prepare. But the slopes are protected so nicely that now they will never fail, because of the reason that the geomembranes they use on those slopes. Second, how to put the geomembrane in the slope and put an anchor perpendicular to the slope. A special anchor perpendicular to slope of roughly a 3-meter depth, and a special drilling machine by which it can be drilled and it can be tied to the slope and left open. With some passage of time, you will find that there's a grass coming up and slopes will become very stable. This we have tried and successfully done it. If you want some details, I can share with you separately.
Thank you, sir. I have shared my contact details, so we can get it from there.
Sure.
Rest of the questions, if you have time to answer.
Yeah. The second is that I definitely advocate that we must go for this geosynthetic technology in the supporting the civil structures, and also we can have the cost effectiveness. I have seen the cost of the same slope, if you want to protect, then if you go for the conventional manner, the cost will be much higher. If you go for the geosynthetics in between use, then you will find the cost is at least half. And this has been done in a lot of the river joining works, where the slope is exposed to the river flow, and you find that there's a cutting taking place in the slope is getting damaged. We can have the same slope protected with the help of the geomembranes nicely. Little engineering is required, but the cost is very less. This is what I would like to say.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Rest of the questions, sir, you can answer me on email.
Definitely. Please share with me on mail. I'll definitely answer.
It's in the chat box, sir.
Sure.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon all. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah. So I will continue with my presentation. My presentation is on technical textiles in agriculture. And as you are aware, Indian agriculture is always in many ups and downs, but still more than 60% of the population of India, directly or indirectly, depend upon agriculture. There was a time when we used to import even food grains from outside. But due to green revolution, white revolution, hello, yeah. So due to green revolutions and white revolutions in agriculture, now it is under our control, and we are sufficient in our food grains. But not only in the food grains, but I will like to say that we are number one in horticulture. If you see our produce, especially in mangoes or other fruits, vegetables, we are number one in the world. So a lot of changes have been done. A lot of technologies, modern technologies, we have adopted. Our progressive farmers have adopted. The Indian Agriculture Department, Government of India, state governments. So with the help of all the stakeholders, including the industry, so a lot of technologies have been introduced, and farmers are taking advantage of it. Today, I am going to introduce you the use of textiles, technical textiles in agriculture, and how it is changing the scenario of agriculture, especially in terms of quantity of production and quality of production, and how the farmers are getting benefited with this. What are the different schemes from Ministry of Agriculture for it? All those things today I am going to discuss with you. So we call it as a term as a plasticulture. Plasticulture is the use of plastics in agriculture. Now, technical textile is a part of plasticulture. Other parts like micro irrigation is also comes under plasticulture, whether it is a drip irrigation or sprinkler irrigation like that. So today we are going to focus only on technical textile products which are used in agriculture under plasticulture. So these are the various textile products like shedding nets, insect nets, hail protection nets, bird protection nets. Under crop covers, we have grape covers, pomegranate covers, banana covers, vegetable covers, land covers. We have weed mats. We have then we have farm pond liners. We have flexible water tanks, geo tanks. We have grow bags, open top bags used in high-tech agriculture. We have silo bags for say storage of food grains and all. We have low tunnel films used especially in North India in winter conditions. Now, what are these products? What are the advantages of these products? All those things we are going to discuss in short today. Now shedding nets or the shed net houses. As you are aware about the greenhouses, which is we call it as a protected cultivation structures. And under these protected cultivation structures, the farmers get the production 8 to 10 times more than the open cultivation. So such protected cultivation structures are very much beneficial and very much popular among the Indian farmers nowadays. And since last 20 years, Ministry of Agriculture, Government of India is promoting such type of structures for the farmers. Initially, it was started in Maharashtra, Karnataka, long back in 96, 97, and then slowly in all other states also, it was this technology was adopted. Shedding net house or shed house is a type of greenhouse where shedding net is used as a covering material. In this picture, you can see two different types of shedding net houses are there. One is with the round shape at the top, and at the bottom you can see the flat top is there. So these two structures are different. Both are called as a shedding net house. Low cost structures we can call it, and the farmers can grow flowers, vegetables, fruits in such type of structures. There is a little problem with the quality of the crop during rainy season because in rains are not protected in this type of structure in shedding net houses, and the entire rain can come inside. However, we have latest developed a technology in Israel that even with the help of the shedding nets, you can have such a round type top, and the rainwater can be collected in the gutter, and then it can be taken into the pipe and to the rain harvesting structure. So it is easy now to collect the water also and to save the crop from rains also. So the entire, the complete year, 12 months of a year, you can get the good quality and good quantity production in this. Now shedding nets, there are different types of shedding nets mainly based on the two properties of the shedding net. One is the percentage. We have 35%, 50%, 70%, and 90% shed net. Now, what is meant by percentage? Shedding net gives the shed to the plant, shed from the sunlight. Now, the sunlight is measured in terms of lux. Lux is the meter, LUX, and normally for the vegetable and flowers, they need a light intensity in between 50,000 to 60,000 lux. If we see the light intensity in North India or in western part of India, central part of India, the light intensity average is in between 80,000 to 1,20,000 lux. So we need to reduce this light intensity for better production and better quality of produce. And shedding net does exactly the same. The textile product shedding net reduces the light intensity as per our requirement. Now, if say for example, I am going to grow tomatoes in shedding net house, and my tomatoes need 50,000 lux. If I see the light intensity in my area, it is around 1,20,000 lux. So how to reduce that light intensity? By using 50% or 70% of shedding net, I can reduce the light intensity from 1,20,000 to up to 40,000 or 50,000 lux. And by that way, I will give my crop exactly the light intensity which is required to the crop. This is called as the protected structures. So all the climatic factors are controlled. Even the temperature is controlled by 3 to 4 degrees with the help of this shed net. As the sunlight is reduced, light intensity is reduced, even the temperature is reduced by 2 to 3 degrees Celsius. So this is how the shedding net acts on the crop quality and quantity. Secondly, the color of the shed net. This is also a property of shed net which is very important. Now, if you know about the spectrum, about the photosynthesis, the sun rays which are ranging between 400 nanometer to 700 nanometer, those are called as the photosynthetic rays. Means those rays are used by the plants for photosynthesis. Now, depending upon the color of the shed net, you can get more or less photosynthesis. For example, if you want more production like tomatoes, capsicums, strawberries, this production, if you want more in quantity, go for the red color shed net. If you want leafy leaves in a more quantity, like leafy vegetables like lettuce, like spinach, like coriander, where leaves are more important than the fruit, then in such conditions it is always better to go with the blue color shed net. If you simply want to reduce the light intensity, no difference on the crop, then you can go with the white color shed net. If you want to raise a nursery, better to go with the black color shed net. The black color shed nets are useful for nursery because they create more heat as compared to other shedding nets. And the nursery plants, they need more heat for the sprouting. So depending upon what crop you want to grow inside the shed house, you can choose the colors depending upon the light intensity in your area and the light intensity which is required for your crop. You can select the percentage of the shed net. So this is how the shed houses are working. Now again, there are different schemes of the government. They are trying to promote such shedding net houses to the farmers, and nowadays it is very popular among the farmers also. So this is how about the shedding net houses. Similar structures with the help of insect nets are also used, but insect net houses are limited in use, because when we use insect nets as a covering material, there is very limited air movement inside and outside of the structure. So it becomes very difficult for the crop to grow as the inside temperature increases a lot. Such insect net houses are used only in research and especially in North India during winter period. So the insects are not allowed and nurseries can be grown in a good manner. So insect net houses have a limited scope, but the shedding net houses, simple shed houses, they're tremendously popular in all the parts of India, especially cultivation for vegetables. Here you can see the crop covers. Very simple technique, but very effective technique as far as the crop quality and the fruit quality is concerned. Here you can see the every plant is covered with just one bag like thing. So this is pomegranate plant. This cover is called as a pomegranate cover. In the left top you can see, and every plant is covered differently with different crop cover. The next picture side to it, you can see the entire row is covered with just one textile or one net, you can say. So the entire crop or entire row is covered, and again downside if you can see the entire crop or entire plot is covered. So this is how different crop covers are available in the market. In next picture I will show you. If you see this, this is papaya cultivation. So each and every papaya fruit is covered with this is called as a fruit cover. So instead of going the entire crop, instead of going entire row, instead of going entire say plant, you can go with individual fruit also. Downside you can see the banana bunch. So the entire banana bunch is covered. This is also called as a banana cover. So each different bunches will be there, and different covers will be there. So it depends upon the farmer as per his choice, whether he wants to go with individual fruit cover, he wants to grow with individual plant cover, or if he wants to go with the entire row cover or the entire plot cover. Now, why these crop covers are beneficial to the farmers, and why they are popular nowadays? This is because you must be aware of the how the birds, they put their mouth on this skin of the fruits, and the skins get damaged. Naturally, the price in the market, whether it is domestic or export, it gets reduced for the farmers. So farmer always try to save the skin, to save the crop, so to save the fruits from the such pest disease attack, as well as such outside attacks from the birds and animals. So to avoid these attacks and to maintain the quality and the quality of the fruits, quality of the crop, such covers are used. And these covers, they are having a different lifespan. if you go with the entire plot cover, then you can get a life of 2 to 3 years. But when you go with the individual fruit covers like papaya cover or like this banana cover, then it is just the life of the fruit is the life of the crop. After harvesting, you have to throw these bags, and you have to go with the new bags for the new plantation. If you see this left side down picture, you have individual fruit covers as well as the entire crop is also covered. So a double protection is given. If you know, in Maharashtra, especially Sangli, Solapur area, where pomegranate cultivation is done by farmers, and these pomegranates are exported to Europe. Very good quality. They are maintaining such type of fruit covers on their farms. So double protection is there. Fruits are also covered, and the entire crop is also covered. The above picture is the apple cover. So in Jammu Kashmir and in Himachal Pradesh, nowadays, if you go even for just traveling as a tourist, you will find so many plastics on this crop, above the crop on the in the mountains. So especially these are the apple covers, and the apple crop, apple fruits are saved from the outside damages with the help of these covers. So these covers are comes under the textiles, agro textiles. This is low tunnels. You can see hardly 1 feet or 2 feet from the ground, and different these beds are covered like this on the above the crop. These low tunnels are specially used in winter area where harsh winters are there, like in Haryana, Punjab, Rajasthan, UP, where the temperatures in winters in the night times they go up to 5 degrees, 3 degrees, sometimes 0 degree also. Now, in such conditions, when the farmer go for a rabi crop, winter crop, especially vegetables, now it becomes very difficult for the crop in such foggy area or less temperature area to come up or to sprout or to get good quality production. But if the farmer use such type of low tunnels, you can see because of these tunnels, the inside temperature is high. So though outside temperature goes 2 degrees, 1 degree Celsius, inside temperature, inside this low tunnel, it can be between 10 to 12 degrees Celsius, which is okay for the crop to grow. So the if you compare with the open cultivation crop during these days in winter in Haryana, Punjab, and if you cover the same crop in the low tunnel, the growth will be very faster under the low tunnel, and the farmers can send their produce in the market earlier than the normal cultivation. So farmers can get 3 to 4 times more returns as compared to the open cultivation. Such farms you can see in the month of December, January, and February all over Haryana, Punjab, and Rajasthan. Among farmers, this is very popular, and government, state government, and central government, they provide sufficient subsidies for adoption of such technologies to the common farmers. This is a geo tank. I think Mishra sir has already covered some part of this in dam liners and so. But these geo tanks on a smaller area, smaller coverage, smaller volumes, they are used to collect the rain water and to use it in the farms. Another way of farm pond liners I will show you here. These are the farm pond liners. In our farm, the farmers they construct such type of farm ponds where technical textile or agro textile sheets are used here. IS 15351 or IS 16243, such type of plastics are used with 500 micron, 750 micron, 1000 micron thickness, and these farm ponds are used to collect the rainwater from all over the farm. The entire farm water is collected in this type of farm ponds, and then this water is used in rabi season and in summer season. If you know, most of the farming in India, it depends upon the rainwater. So in Kharif season, during June to September, it's easy for the farmers to cultivate because the rainwater is there. Once the rain is over, it becomes very difficult for the farmers because they don't have the storage. Most of them, they don't have the wells. So rabi season and summer season is best for them. But this technology has provided the common farmer to have a farm pond on their farms, collect the rainwater, and use the same water in rabi season and in summer season, so that the farmer can use his land for 3 different crops in a year. So his income can be 3 times more by using such small farm ponds on his farm. Again, the government is giving sufficient subsidies for adoption of such type of technologies. State government is having separate schemes, central government is having separate schemes, and together such schemes are implemented all over India for the farmers. So this is a very effective technology, and these photos, one above photo is from Nasik area where grape farmer they are using. The below you can see the farmer in Sikkim. So right from the northeast up to entire part of India, now these technologies are very commercially popular, and the farmers are using these technologies. This is a very simple tank. This is called as a foldable water tank or flexible water tank. The volume ranges from 100 liters to 5,000 liters. These are like a pillow, very simple technology, like a pillow. The weight of the such bags will be hardly 5 kg to 10 kg. So even small boy, he can just when the tank is empty, he can just roll it, he can put it on the cycle, take from one place to another place. Now imagine 2000 liter syntax tank and 2000 liter this flexible tank with weight of 5 to 7 kg. A small boy can take from one place to another place, but syntax tank of 2000 liter, you need a tractor or trolley to take from one place to another place. Such flexible tanks or foldable water tanks are very popular in hilly areas like in northeast, and even in the areas like Orissa, like Chhattisgarh, where it's very difficult inside the forest to go from one place to another place. Such water tanks are very popular, and the state governments there are providing good amount of subsidies for adoption of these such tanks. Very cheap tanks. I think the if you see the prices, it is hardly 1.5 rupees per liter to 3 rupees per liter. And I have seen many orders to our manufacturers from Uganda and other African countries for such water foldable tanks. Very effective for using on terrace gardening or the kitchen gardening, small plots of garden where vegetables etc. are done. So even the drip irrigation or drip irrigation with gravity force is also possible by using such type of foldable water tanks. So a lot of new technology, low cost technologies are coming up in the market, and technical textile is doing a fantastic job in this field as well. Here you can see the foldable the grow bags and the open top bags. There is a small difference between the foldable these grow bags and open top bags. You can see the above pictures under the polyhouses. These are the grow bags where one bag can have 2 to 4 holes or 2 to 4 openings where you can have the crops. Open top bag is a single bag. In the below pictures you can see this is the open top bag. So the cultivation practices are more or less similar. There is no much difference, and such bags are specially used for soilless cultivation. You must have heard about the latest technologies like hydroponics, like vertical farming. In a small area, you can have huge production of vegetables and the leafy vegetable production, sometimes strawberries as well. So such type of grow bags and open top bags are used for soilless cultivation where cocopeat, vermiculite, and such other medias are used in case of soil. So if you don't have good soil, or if you want more production, because soil can have soil borne diseases and all those things. So many farmers nowadays are avoiding soil and going for soilless cultivation. So for soilless cultivation, such types of grow bags and open top bags are used. Here you can see the tomato crops are there. These lokis are there. Even the local vegetables or traditional vegetables can also be cultivated, and the farmers can get 4 to 5 times more production under these polyhouses, under the shed net houses, by using all these technologies. Here you can see drip irrigation also. Of course, drip irrigation comes under the plasticulture, but not under technical textiles in this case. But all these grow bags, top bags, they come under the technical textiles. Lot of such projects you can see in urban areas nearby Delhi, nearby Pune, nearby Bangalore, nearby Mumbai also. So many projects are coming with this hydroponic and vertical farming technology where such grow bags, open top bags are used along with the shedding nets and polyhouses. Now, these are again the different type of applications. You can see the silo bag, you can see the vermicompost bag or vermicompost unit, where these half bags are used and vermicompost is prepared on the farm. This is azolla cultivation, and for having this azolla, these sheets are used, which are the technical textile sheets, agro textile sheets. These are again the storage bags, small storage bags the farmers can use for food grains and all other stuffs. So different types of applications are there under technical textiles in agriculture. We call it as a agro textiles. Now, these are the agro textiles and plasticulture products. Different Indian standards are there. Almost all the products are covered here. Here you can see both the things, technical textile as well as other plasticulture products also. But it is very important from the manufacturing point of view and from the subsidy point of view under Ministry of Agriculture, that the product must have the BIS license, BIS code, then only the subsidy is given to the farmers. So every manufacturer, whenever he goes for a new product, new innovation in technical textile, it becomes important for him to take it to the Bureau of Indian Standards, get a standard for his product, and then it can be enrolled under the Ministry of Agriculture for subsidy to the farmers. Whatever products still we have discussed and we have seen, for all those products, subsidy is there under State Horticulture Mission and under Ministry of Agriculture also. This is just under MIDH, what are the different subsidies are given. I will like to say that, please note, the subsidy is not given to the products. Subsidy is given to the structure. Like for shedding net, there is no subsidy. But when you convert it into a shedding net house, as per the specifications from the Ministry of Agriculture, then the subsidy is given. So shedding net house subsidy is there. If you go with plastic mulching, shedding, the subsidy is there. When you go for complete farm pond, subsidy is there. So like that, a single product is not given the subsidy, but when it is converted into the specification as per the guidelines of the Ministry of Agriculture or State Agriculture Department, then the subsidies are given to the farmers for this type of products. So thank you so much. This was my simple presentation for all of you, and it is open to the panel now.
You are on mute.
Mr. Anand, it is a very good presentation. I'm really happy to see that a lot of information generated and shared with us. It's really good. Really fantastic information.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you are in Bhutan?
Yes, I am in Bhutan.
Yes. Okay. I had been there, I think 3-4 years back in one exhibition with all these products for showcase and marketing.
Okay. Yeah. You can share some of the information. I can again talk to the department here, because Bhutan is promoting this culture.
Yeah.
So it is quite quite popular here. Yeah.
Right, sir. And what is most important is, sir, these products, they are all recyclable products, reusable products. This is not single-use plastic, which damages the soil or which creates problem to the environment. That is not there. So all these products can be collected, recollected, recycled, reused.
Yeah, that's correct. So please share with me. I will take up on your behalf with the government here, so that we can promote these products here in Bhutan also.
Sure, sir. I will share my presentation to you and with some other details, and then you can promote. And if you require, we can have such presentation for their officers also online.
Sure, Mr.
Yeah. Sure, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mrs. Rohini, we are done.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir. It was very informative presentations, and you have explained it very well. So I guess we have some time. We have 30 minutes. If anyone wants to ask some questions from you, they
Yes.
can ask. Is there anyone? But I don't think anyone will ask any questions. So
Okay.
you can move to the other sessions. All are.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you
you,
so
Mishra,
much.
sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. ब्रेकआउट रूम तो कहाँ पे आएगा अभी ये नहीं होगा
Good afternoon. Rohini Verma is there. Miss Rohini Verma, can you hear me?
No, hello, sir. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So we would like to start the session at 4:30 as per the schedule.
Yes, sir. Still we have 10 minutes or 8 minutes, better to say.
Yes.
So we are waiting for our participant to join with us.
Because I can see in this screen Dr. Karthik Samantha's name, Ms. Vandana,
Yes, sir.
Dr. Monica, Sumi Hilda. So most of the participants are here. We have in total 6 lectures. For one invited, one the other one is and 4 oral lectures, right? One keynote lecture, one invited lecture, and 4 oral lectures.
Yes, sir, it is.
शांत रहना, मैं शुरू कर दे रही हूँ, शुरू करवा रही हूँ, रुक जाओ. Hello.
Yes.
Sir, on the behalf of Rohini, actually, currently I will be here as a coordinator. So if you want, we can start the session.
Okay. What's your name, ma'am?
Vandana Kumari, sir.
Vandana. Okay, Vandana, if that be so, then we will start the session right now. It's 4:24 right now.
Yes. So as we wish, sir, we can wait for another 5 to 6 minutes, or we can start.
I think we should go as per schedule. Let's wait for another 5 minutes and then we'll start.
Yeah, sure, sir. Okay, sir.
हेलो सर्वर.
Yes, server. Hi, Bhuvnesh. How are you?
आवाज नहीं आ रही है.
आवाज क्यों नहीं आ रही है? I'm not muted.
अनम्यूट करो, अनम्यूट.
I'm unmuted. I'm unmuted. आपको unmute.
आगे हाँ
आगे. Okay. So I just talked to Vandana right now, and we said that's only 4 minutes left. Let's start the session as per the schedule. We can wait for 4 minutes. So
यहाँ पे थोड़ा सा कॉम्प्लिकेशन था, पर ठीक है, इट्स ओके. होता है, कई बार चीजें ऐसी चलती हैं. और क्या खबर है? आप अलीगढ़ से आगे वापस ठीक ठाक?
यार कल अच्छा डेवलपमेंट हुआ है. I've talked to a lot of people yesterday, and I've talked about your invited talk also. So they will be happy to have that talk. I'll arrange the same for you, and we'll go together to Aligarh. So there is a lot of people doing a lot of works in polymer there. There's a whole, I mean, they have created a section of polymers in the Department of Engineering and Technology. And unfortunately, no one is from APA right now, except one or two. So that needs to be looked into.
Okay. Our job is to encourage these people. That's
yes.
We'll do it.
We will have to go and visit, and I mean the one thing is there that people are interested, but people are ignorant of a lot of things going on. So and Asani, क्यों? So in this session, Bhuvnesh, we have one keynote lecture, one invited lecture, and 4 oral lectures.
Yes. Should be over by.
And the keynote lecture will be of 25 minutes and invited 15 minutes and oral lecture of 10 minutes, right? So that.
Bilkul. Yes.
And once you say 25 minutes, that means 20 plus 5.
Includes, yeah, 20 plus 5.
Yeah. And it for invited, I would keep at 12 plus 3.
हाँ, वहाँ भी टेंटेटिवली ऐसा रखते हैं. अगर टाइम नहीं बचेगा तो फिर क्वेश्चंस नहीं करेंगे. ये है.
Right.
टाइम बचता है तो गो फॉर द क्वेश्चंस.
ठीक.
बिकॉज़ अदरवाइज क्या होता है, लंबा खिंच जाता है.
हाँ.
कई बार क्वेश्चंस भी लोग लंबे करते आते हैं, तो दे डोंट रियलाइज कर ले.
Okay, Vandana, I think it's 4:29. We'll start the session because I'll take 1 or 2 minutes to introduce the people and then. So, Vandana, can we start the session right now?
Yes, sir. Please allow me to introduce you.
Yes.
Sir. Good afternoon to all. Myself, Vandana Kumari, the coordinator of this session. I would like to welcome all of you present over here. So, first of all, I would like to introduce our session chair, Professor M.S. Alam. He is professor and HOD of Chemistry Department at Jamia Hamdard. From here, I would like to hand over this session to you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Vandana. So we are now beginning the 16th session on bio and medical textiles. And here in this session, we have one keynote lecture, one invited lecture, and 4 oral lectures. The keynote lecture will be of 25 minutes, invited lecture will be of 15 minutes, and each of the oral lecture will be of 10 minutes. So the we'll first start with the keynote lecture by Dr. Monica Sikka. And Dr. Monica Sikka is Associate Professor in the Department of Textiles and Technology at NIT Jalandhar. And her area of research are wound care materials, healthcare textiles, fabric designing, technical textile, fabric structure, property relationships. And today, Dr. Monica will be giving her lecture on challenges in the development of smart wearable technology in healthcare. So, Dr. Monica, I'll pass on this to you now, so you can start your lecture, and if possible, try to finish it in 20 minutes so that we can have a little discussion for 5 minutes after your talk. Thank you so much.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much, sir. Good evening to everyone. I hope I'm audible to all.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so I'm sharing my screen. Is it visible?
Yes, you can make it on a presentation.
Yeah.
Yes, that's all.
Yeah, okay. So thank you very much for the kind words, sir. I'm here to deliver a keynote address on challenges in the development of smart wearable technologies in healthcare. So my presentation actually has been divided into 3 parts. In the introduction part, we'll be talking about how the textiles and electronics have been integrated to develop the smart wearable. And then we'll be talking about the challenges that exist while we convert them into smart wearables and what could be the possible solutions towards the end. So when we talk about smart wearables, we need to understand the technology behind creating smart wearable textiles. We know that smart wearable textiles, they can sense, they can react and adapt themselves to external conditions or stimuli, and they can be divided into active or passive wearable textiles. Now, all these textiles, they work with the human brain for cognition, for reasoning, and activating capacity. So they are actually the fastest growing parts of health and entertainment and education. And if we see the future, the development of these wearable electronics will basically be focused on multifunctional, user-friendly, and comfort features that need to be integrated into these smart wearables. So when we have to create such a thing, we need to understand the technology behind it. So Internet of Things, which is being discussed every day in every aspect of engineering these days, the concept of Internet of Things, it actually is connected or is a connected set of anyone, anything, anytime, any place, and any service to any network that can be used or incorporated into, if we talk about our area, like textiles. So if we talk about use of IoT in healthcare, it actually relates with the compliance of this IoT with the treatment and medication, which you can give at home and can be used by healthcare providers. During this COVID times, I think this is the thing which we all understand, that how important this kind of development is. Since the movement of the patients, especially elderly patients, into the hospitals and their care is a bit tough in such situations. So this kind of development is of great importance. Now, various medical devices, sensors, and diagnostic and imaging devices are viewed as smart devices. You all know that. And IoT has the potential to give rise to many medical applications, which of course include remote health monitoring. It includes fitness programs and treating chronic diseases or tracking the chronic diseases for especially the elderly people. So when we are talking about IoT in healthcare, one of the vital elements of IoT in healthcare is that it supports actually the backbone or facilitates the transmission and reception of the medical data. And it can be actually divided into three basic areas, where first area, which is related to the physical configurations, the second being the software organization of the system that is created, and being the platform where the framework and the environment is set up. So when we talk about textiles and IoT together, we actually are concerned with a wearable technology, which is a part of digitization and usage of this IoT, and which relates to opening incredible possibilities for new innovations. The main drivers for using textiles and integrating electronics into it actually came up because of the miniaturization of the electronics. Also, more efficient and faster network for wireless communication prompted people to work towards this end. We have improvements in low energy technologies. We have had exponential growth in smartphones and tablets. Every year you find a newer kind of these products appearing in the market with better features and facilities. And also these wearable textile technology in form of textile sensors or electrodes is obviously one application of this IoT, where you can combine people with devices and take out the required level of performance from them. Now, when we talk about areas of textiles embedded with electronic devices, it relates to three aspects. One is the smart clothing that we can make out of them by integrating, say, electrical components into these smart clothings using the electrical engineering. And then finally, information science, where you actually make them wearable. So when we talk about incorporating all these things into the textile materials, we not only have to consider the performance of the sensor that we are integrating into the textiles, we are also concerned with the performance and the comfortability of the textiles which would be worn by the person who's using it. So there are different levels of integration of electronic components into textiles, and we actually divide them into three levels. One is which is textile based. When we say textile based type of electronic integration of electronic components, we actually mean that we are creating a kind of electronic component such as electroconductive or metallic coated multifilament yarns, which can be actually used to construct a textile base. Okay, so actually we are using the real material which is conductive. The second level of this is the integration of the electronic component into the textile, which means that we create an interconnection between the electronic element and the textile. So metal push buttons, if you have heard about, that could be an example of integrated textiles. And the first level, which is the textile adapted electronic components, they refer to manufacturing of special clothing accessories to put in electronic devices. And the example of this could be a MP3 player. Now, textile electrodes or sensors that are used for collecting information from the body, they can be in a form where it can be put into three different levels as talked before. And they consist of different traditional textile fibers like natural or synthetic, or any electrically conductive element as well, which could be a metal, it could be a conductive polymer, carbon, or graphene. And conductive element can be integrated into the fiber at the fiber stage, or the yarn, or in the ready-made textiles. The material surface resistance actually defines the suitable application to which that textile sensor can be used for. Now, applications of these different conductive textiles has been seen till date in body monitoring, in signal and power transfer, in heating, in antennas, detectors, EMI shielding, static dissipation control, various applications where this the use or the use of electronics in conjunction with textiles at different levels is observed. So we can have few examples later in the slides, which I'll just go scroll through. Before that, the advantages of using these textile electrodes or conductive textiles is mainly concentrated, or is mainly dependent upon the flexibility that we get from these electrodes. Because of this flexibility, we can have a proper skin contact and a more comfortable use of such sensors when it is used next to the human body. Also, the cables and wires can be integrated into the textile invisibly, making them more user-friendly. So this system invisibility actually makes it more acceptable to the user also. Of course, the comfortability I have talked about, and the softness of these electrodes, they enable long time measurement, which is not possible with any other kind of, say, electronic component. And now there's developments that have happened over the years in wearable electronics for monitoring this human health information can be divided into 4 different types of sensors that detect different levels of the healthcare. One are the force sensors, through which you can detect the motion or the voice. Temperature sensors. We have physiological biochemical sensors for glucose monitoring and sweat analysis. We have multifunctional sensor for multiple signal sensing. So when we talk about body measuring with textile sensors, there are different types of sensing mechanisms that are available through which you can measure the heart rate, heart activity, the stress level. You can also see the muscle rate and balance. You can have sense or detect different body motions during any activity of even a sports person, or the postures of people who are suffering from diseases of right postures. You can have lung function identification. You can have respiration rate and frequency detection. So various applications where the body measurements can be done through these textile sensors. Apart from healthcare, you can use these textile sensors in other business areas like professional and protective wear. We sometimes also employ them into the fashion garments that are prepared. The different applications being used for lighting the garment or using LEDs in the garment could be one example. Then for sports and well-being, I've already mentioned. You can use them in home interiors. You can use them in automotives, gaming industry, and of course, medical and healthcare. We are concentrating in this presentation mostly. Now, there are some examples of these sensors being used lately in certain applications where it could be like a device which could give you signals at the right time for right action. This is one type of pajamas that had been designed by Mama Goose SIDS monitors, which has built-in sensors and electronic signal processing devices. It tracks the baby's heart, and it can just give you a signal when there is a problem through a sound, through alarm. So these sensors are distributed over the garment which the baby is wearing. It actually detects the breathing pattern of the baby for any discrepancy. Next is a kind of a glove that has been developed with pressure sensors for detecting certain kind of illnesses. And the fiber that is used consists of carbon nanofibers, graphene, and elastic polymer. Now, this particular type of glove, sensors function in the glove is tested by measuring the pressure of artificial blood vessels. And it indicates that it is able to observe even small changes in pressure. So with the help of these gloves, the doctors easily could identify changes under the skin, and detect the cancer at the right stage or the beginning stage. Then this is another example of a smart life health vest technology that has been developed in a one-piece garment, which has a front panel integrally knitted with ECG electrodes, which are respiratory sensors and conductive pathways. It has a knitted panel created with doubled covered elastomeric yarn for base structure and a silver-coated polyethylene yarn for the sensors and the conductive pathways. So normally worn by the athletes to detect their changes in the body during the activity that they are performing. Then this is an example of another type of such smart garment, which is used for tracking and rewarding the kids for their physical activities. It is durable, it is washable, developed by RIMA Geo Activity Sensor. The sensor wakes up when the wearer starts to move, and the parents can easily see the kids' activities in the small mobile app through this. This is another application where a firefighter jacket by Viking was developed. The thermal sensors on the jacket could monitor the outer temperature near the firefighter and on the inside of the coat close to the body. And these sensors are attached to two LED displays on the sleeve and one on the back. Then this is a Adidas Fusion shirt, which is a soft textile heart rate sensor, has a sensor embedded in the apparel, which gives you the speed and distance measurement integrated into the running footwear. And this is the application which I was talking about, the fashion application, where you could have the lighting of your garment using these textile sensors. Now, body monitoring in healthcare, the interest towards long-term wearable home applications has grown over the period of time, and the importance of this has also been realized drastically during last 2 years of COVID. So long-term monitoring plus the immediate monitoring outside home is also the push that has caused people to work towards developing the usable sensors which could give you the correct type of body monitoring from far away. So preemptive actions for risk groups is required for long-term monitoring. Then you have to follow the chronic diseases. You have to detect and follow the health after surgery or injury, and rehabilitation after surgery or injury is also a point which demands long-term monitoring. Around 860 million people, they say, worldwide suffer from at least one chronic disease, and 25% of them would benefit from a wireless home monitoring system if it is used for monitoring their health. Now, basic requirements when we talk about a textile electronic in healthcare is that it must be reusable, it should have least complexity, and it should be cheap. Secondly, the recycling from user to user must be made safe, and it must be sterilized or disinfected before every exchange that happens. And finally, and most important, is that it must be washable and visibly clean before sterilization. So these are three crucial areas where the work has to be still upgraded to use to cause the use of these textile electronic components or smart wearables being used widely. So this particular slide shows the increase that would be seen in the coming years for the use of the smart wearables. The conventional wearables, some of them we are already using them, but the future ecosystem would require each of the product that a person is wearing to give him a kind of a vital signal whenever it is required. Now, the major wearable IoT challenges are related to this. First is the security of the data that is collected through these wearables. Second is the regulation of them. Then you have to have the data resolution, whatever is collected. We also talk about the power consumption, because each of these textile electrodes, they are powered by batteries, and we need a flexible and a system which is self-sustained when we talk about batteries. Privacy is another important issue. Then wearability, of course, because the clothing is termed as a second skin to a human being, and whenever you are incorporating something which is next to the skin, it has to be comfortable to the wearer so that he or she can move around. And then, of course, safe. Now, the technical limitations, when we talk about more work is needed to resolve all technical limitations, particularly with regard to the accuracy and reliability of data measurement. Now, when we say accuracy and reliability of data measurement for smart textiles, it lacks a certain maturity. Current systems, if we see, they need a lot of improvement in terms of reliability. When we say reliability, we normally mean the accuracy, the repeatability and reproducibility of the data that has been collected. So we need responses regarding the risk of these wearable electronics with communication systems around, because people, suppose if a patient is already having a pacemaker being put into his body, then the other gadgets being used by him or the electronics being used by him not interfere with the working of that particular, say, pacemaker. Secondly is the reliability, safety and security of the data transfer. So communication system in any kind of electronic textiles, even if we talk about Bluetooth, they allow for a certain kind of connectivity of the textile to other intelligent devices. If you want to visualize and analyze the data that has been obtained in real time. So in this context, if we talk about the vision of smart clothes, they promise more user friendliness and user empowerment. And in addition, the most addressed concerns from the user perspective, if we see, are technology acceptance and issues relate to safety and security. So even if the electronic textile sensor is working perfectly fine, but if the data collected and the data interpreted, we don't have the security and the safety for that data, it's futile to use such technology. The third being the minimization of the number of additional attachments. That is, you normally need to simplify the system of this multifunctional textiles. So existing electronics manufacturing requires stiff substrate on which you normally solder the components, which is the traditional way of doing it. The restructuring of the tools and the processes in such a way so that they result in minimization of using such attachments, plus they make them more flexible, so that they, if a person is using them, he or she doesn't feel uncomfortable moving around wearing these types of wearables. Of course, next is the efficiency of the power management, including the power generation, and increasing attention nowadays is being paid to the wearable energy storage devices. And this actually has been triggered by the growing demand of using these wearable electronics. An idle power device for any smart textiles should be in the form of a textile. This is the requirement. Since if it is in the form of a textile itself, it can be readily incorporated into the garment without any sacrifice being done to the softness or the flexibility or the weight or the comfort of that particular wearable. Coming to the durability of the system, including the washability and long-term accuracy in performance. So that again is a very important thing, because these things at this stage already are very expensive. And if you're not able to reuse them, then the acceptance by the user would be reduced further. Of course, user friendliness, including ability to use and wear the garments without any kind of assistance, is a very important point. And the wearable electronics would mean that they are mounted on the textiles, or they're a part of that textiles which a person is going to use. You should have the ease of, putting up these wearables, so that you don't require any secondary or any other help to use these kind of wearable technologies. Then you have mobility, which is related to the weight reduction, which I have already spoke about, that if you have to feel comfortable, the thing that you're wearing the whole day should be flexible and lightweight. Cost versus product lifespan or durability. So in particular, the mass production and low cost materials with superior performances are needed when we talk about wearable technology. At this moment, the cost is the main factor which is restricting people to using these type of technologies in day-to-day life. So it has to be worked upon to create such structures which are, even if they're expensive, then they should have a longer lifespan, or they should have the reusability and durability to use them for a longer period of time. Then comfort and physical aesthetics, of course, is important, including breathability, absorbency, drape, handle. and then health and safety. So all these technical limitations, if we have to do away with, then there are features that need to be considered in future studies of these wearable electronics, which I have divided into 4 parts. One is the multifunctionality of these sensors. Second is the user friendliness and user acceptance. Then you have the comfortability, and then advanced electronic textile system. Now, when we talk about multifunctionality in the future, wearable electronics are thought to have, they have to integrate the detection of multiple signals. Like one sensor should be able to detect strain or pressure or temperature, humidity, gas, and it has to be put into a single device to provide more comprehensive information. So you cannot use multiple sensors to sense different properties. So multifunctionality is a very important aspect that needs to be catered to when we are talking about, say, using these textile sensors for healthcare analysis. Apart from that, of course, it has to be user-friendly, and you have to have the user acceptance.
Dr. Monica,
for this.
you will
This I
have to summarize now.
The slides
Dr.
since
Monica.
the starting. So the interaction of any individual human with electronic device as it is demands specific kind of user skills. And improved user interface can largely solve this problem and can push the people to buy these kind of products so that the functionality of these products can give them an easier life or healthier life, right?
Dr. Monica,
Then coming
can you summarize?
Yeah.
5 minutes.
I'm coming towards the end only. So if we talk about the comfortability, to successfully develop a sustainable and independent wearable multifunctional system, a power module capable of, say, facilitating efficient signal generation and transmission. These are the main, say, areas where the concentration or the research needs to happen. And apart from that, you need to develop flexible batteries, as I talked about earlier. And then you need to have a certain kind of sensors which could give you, say, advanced electronic, say, next generation electronic textile systems, and which can be completely like fiber-based sensors, which can satisfy all the required conditions for a comfortable use of those sensors. Now, before I end the presentation, I have one example, the product which has come up lately, where one researcher has reported that a light, sustainable, and flexible power source has been developed by constructing a wearable power textile using a electrospinning and electrospray approach. So the power generation fabric that they have produced can get deformed easily in any direction, because the person is wearing and he or she is walking or running or doing some activity. So the clear process has not been described, but they have come up with such light sustainable power source, which would be able to cater to the problem of power generation and, say, the battery operated sensors that are used in the body. So the future is of these textile sensors or this wearable technology is very bright, but we have to cater to the last 4 points that I talked about and create such materials which are acceptable widely. That ends my presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay.
And have questions now.
Thank you very much, Dr. Monica, for your illuminating talk today. You have given a very good overview of Internet of Things in healthcare and the use of IoT in textiles and the areas of textiles embedded with electronic devices or sensors, and what are the levels of integration of electronic components. You have also touched upon the textile electrodes and the use of textile electronics for business areas. And especially the one that you talked about, the major wearable IoT challenges and technical limitations on accuracy and reliability. And with this short summary, I would once again thank you for your illuminating talk. And since we are running out of time, I will only have 1 or 2 questions from if anyone has to ask Dr. Monica.
Professor Alam, just one question to Dr. Monica.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I mean, you talked about so many products. I mean, is there any product that you have developed in your laboratory?
So we have used graphene and developed a kind of a sensor for sensing the flame, the flame to develop a flame retardant fabric. So we have used that. It's not my project. It's one of our MTech student who's working on this with Dr. Chatterjee. Yeah.
Yeah. In any other question?
Sir, my questions are there. They are in the chat box. So if time permits, she can take them.
Yeah. Can you see it, Dr. Monica?
Yes, yes. Have instrumentation person kept in loop.
For electronic noise generation, so that it does so accurate data is transmitted.
Yeah, of course, because these kind of researchers on textile sensors, they actually involve people from varied disciplines. The work that we are doing in the department, we have a person from electronics involved in it, a person from instrumentation involved in it. So I don't think without the help of the persons from different areas, these type of usable sensors can be developed.
Okay.
And are you aware of graphene? Yeah.
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Are you aware of graphene being used for wearable medical textiles in India or elsewhere? I don't have a specific example here where graphene is used. Yes, as I said, we are using graphene from flame retardant fabrics or detection, but medical textiles, I don't have an example with me.
Okay, well, now we'll finally, before ending, I just one query. This is in continuation of what Professor Bhuvnesh Gupta was asking you.
Yes.
Can you let me know if something which you said that your lab is also part of doing such things, but no product has been formed as yet. But
Yes.
do you know any lab or anywhere in India where such products have been formed, and especially the one that you were talking about, the textiles with the baby suit, where you can get to know about the health of the baby? I would like to know more about that.
So whatever examples that I have taken that actually have happened not in India but outside, whatever examples I had shown, I am not sure that if this is being done in India anywhere.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Monica. Let's have a big round of applause for Dr. Monica.
Thank you very much.
Very illuminating talk. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me.
So our next presentation will be the invited talk by Dr. Karthik Samanta. Dr. Karthik, you can go ahead with your talk because I don't have the title of your talk. You can kindly go ahead with your talk, and you have 15 minutes to give your talk. Please go ahead.
So slides are, am I audible and as well as visible,
Yeah,
sir?
you are audible, and your slides are
Am I
also
audible and as well as slides are visible?
Kindly put your slides on the presentation mode.
Hello?
Can you put your slides on the presentation mode, please?
The slides are audible and visible, anyone?
Yeah, your slides are visible and you are also audible, but you kindly put your slides in the presentation mode.
This is in presentation mode itself.
No, this is not in the presentation mode, sir.
Okay, okay, sir.
Yeah,
Once
yeah.
more I am doing. Okay. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Now I'm coming, sir. Sir, I'm coming. Now is this in presentable mode now?
No, I can't see you. Now I can't see your slide.
Slides are moving, sir.
Kindly share your slide.
Sir, is this okay? Slides are okay in this presentation mode?
No, it's not visible.
Sir, I guess your internet connectivity is very low, or there's some error in your connectivity. That's why we are now unable to see you as well as your slide.
Right.
Now your video is visible and so is your slide. Kindly put it in slideshow mode. Yeah,
it is in slide mode.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah, it's all
So
right
this is
now.
the talk about the
Yes,
banana
yes.
pseudo
Yes,
stem
yes. It's
for
okay. It's
textile
okay.
for as well as other industrial application. So when we talk about the banana fiber as well as other fiber, so first we have a looks very basic look. What are the different plants where from we can extract the fiber for either textile or paper or other industrial applications. So among the all the natural plant, what we can see. So we have a different sources. Among that also we have a banana where we can get the natural fiber. So banana is mostly cultivated in India for the majority of foods crop as a foods. So after harvesting the foods, lots of banana biomass remain underutilized, and what can be used for the different making of different textile as well as paper product. So these are the some of the new plant is coming as well as India as well as globally very big weight, nettle fiber as well as bimol fiber as well as okra. After harvesting the okra, we can use this plant also for harvesting the fiber. Now, if we can extract the fiber either from leaf of the fiber or maybe stem of the fiber of the fruits of the fiber before going to the textile or paper industrial application, so we should have a look what is the tentative fiber length, fineness, their color, all those things. So this is the whole lignocellulosic fiber at a glance we can see. And if we see the banana also, here it is the banana fiber, this is the nettle fiber, and this is the cotton, and this is the pineapple fiber. These are the glimpses of fiber, what is we call cellulosic as well as lignocellulosic fiber. And if we consider the bananas plant, this is the one of the most holistic plant where all the parts of the banana plant can be used for different either maybe industrial application or social application or ritual application. So out of this different banana plant parts, we can do mainly in this project, we are concentrating on the pseudostem part, and out of the pseudostem also, we can use as for the sap, fiber, central core and structure. We are only restricting in this discussion, today's presentation, only the application of banana sap as well as pseudostem for fiber, for utilizing as a modern for textile dyeing application, and making the yarn, fabric as well as paper product in this discussion. So if we see that what are the different natural fiber is available nationally as well as globally and their contribution, if we see the cotton is the world leader fiber as far as textile is concerned, followed by the wool and silk and then jute. Also in between we have a small quantity of flax, sisal, rami, hemp. Also banana is also here in between. And this contributes approximately 3.5% jute and allied fiber contribute to the world natural fiber. Now, if you see the total banana scenario, global scenario, our country, India, is the largest producer of the banana plant. So that at the same time, I can say when it is producing largest quantum of banana plant, at the same time, largest quantum of banana waste we are producing. Because after harvesting the fruits, huge amount of biomass remain unutilized, and that can be scientifically more judiciously can be used for different end application. I am coming in the following session. India followed by the China and Brazil, then Ecuador and Indonesia, they are the producer of the banana plant. Now, how much fiber we have before taking any research project, as well as when you submit any project to any funding agency, they ask how much fiber you have, whether you can develop very good research in the laboratory, but what will be the commercial model, commercial application. So before that, we studied how much banana plant is available in India. If you see the cultivation area is around 0.5 million hectares. And 1 hectare we have approximately 2.5 thousand banana plant. That leads to 75,000 biomass generation in the plant. And out of 75 tons of biomass, we can have around 50 tons of biomass as far as pseudostem is concerned. And from the pseudostem, we can extract the fiber. From approximate fiber yield is approximately 1%. So from 100 kg, if we take the green pseudostem banana plant, we can have the 1 kg fiber. So 1% yield. And if we see the total Indian scenario, approximately 0.25 millions of tons of banana fiber is available at present. We can utilize all the banana plant for the extraction of the fiber. So this is the banana plant. If we take the cross-section view of the banana plant, we can have a look. The central core mostly used for the edible purpose, and outer sheath are used for the extraction of fiber in the machine. And this is the longitudinal view. And ultimately, if we can extract the fiber from the machine, we can have this kind of fiber. So our institute, we have developed a banana fiber extractor for study of the different properties. So before going to its application in textile, so we should know what type of textile we'll make, whether we can make the apparel textile out of it, or maybe home furnishing. If not home furnishing, is there impossibility to make the industrial textile or not? If all the things are not possible also, if based on the fiber quality, can we convert to the paper making or paper board making or kind of process? So we started the fiber properties. It varies kindness wise, approximately 3 to 12 takes. It is quite coarser fiber as far as cotton as well as jute is concerned. Length is quite high compared to other lignocellulose fiber. It is approximately more than 1 meter. And if you see the strength as compared to jute fiber, it is a little bit lower strength and extension similar to other lignocellulose plant-based fiber, except cotton, which has extension is less than 2%. And density is 0.35. It is quite low compared to other natural fiber like cotton or maybe jute. And it has around 61% cellulose that can be used as a paper making process, as well as due to the good crystal in it as well as cellulose content, it can also be used for the textile application. But what are the problem? Because huge number of banana plant is there, it can be used for the extraction of fiber, but its only limitation is the yield of the fiber from the green biomass. It is approximately 1%. This is very less. If we take the 100 kgs of banana plant, we can at the end of the day, at least we can have the only 1 kg of fiber. This is the one issue. Second issue, the machinery, whatever machinery is developed, because we have only processing machinery in the jute spinning system, either maybe cotton spinning system or maybe woolen or semi-worsted spinning system. But for the banana fiber, there is no specialized things. But each property is a little bit different from the jute or cotton, maybe woolens or cotton fiber. So there, in this angle also, there is research is still required to develop suitable machinery for processing the banana fiber. In India, mostly we extract the fiber after harvesting the fruits. When we harvest the banana fiber after harvesting the fruits, fiber become the coarser one. But in Japan and other countries also, they cultivate the banana plant for the fiber purpose only. Where before maturing the flower or having the fruits, they used to cut, and it is the one picture I have taken from the internet where Japan has developed the sari out of the banana fiber. So also we studied the fiber properties before making any textile. We have seen the bundle elasticity of the banana fiber is lower than jute fiber, and fineness is more than double. It is coarser, and if you see the cellulose content, it is more or less similar to jute, but hemicellulose content is high, lignin content is low. That is good for the making of paper if we convert this fiber to in paper making process. And also we study the chemical properties in EDX as well as FTR analysis, where we can study the different elemental percentage. After studying all these things, we went for the textile making. So based on the properties, we initially thought that it can be mostly suitable for the coarser kind of textile. So that we initially thought of making the home furnishing or home textile product. So this is the banana fiber. If you see the bundle strength 24.4, then we do enzyme treatment for the scouring process, bioscouring, where there is a reduction in little bit of bundle strength, but at the same time, fineness can be improved. And if we do the bleaching process after scouring, then again there is a reduction in bundle strength, but we can at the end at least we can improve some percentage of fineness. And if we directly bleach using the hydrogen peroxide, again we can have a more or less similar fineness and similar bundle strength we can have. Then, as I mentioned that when we develop any product, so we should see the commercial viability. Can be used as a commercial size machine? Can it be produced? Can we make instead of kg, maybe 1,000 or 100 kg kind of yarn? So 3 kind of blended proportion we have studied: 75:25 jute with banana, or maybe 50:50 jute banana, or maybe 25:75 banana, and we produce around 8 pound jute count yarn to make the different home furnishing as well as apparel, outer apparel kind of product. So when we have successfully developed the yarn in jute spinning system, then followed by this colorization. When we go for the commercial application, obviously colorization we have to done. So we have did the colorization using 3 major kind of dyes which is used mostly in textile industry. So one is natural dye, another is the direct dye, another is the reactive dye. So all the 3 dyes have been applied on the yarn as well as fabric, and we have also studied their fuzziness to light fuzziness as well as washing fuzziness. And also not only jute banana, also we introduce some amount of regenerated rayon viscose fiber to make the more finer count yarn so that it can be go towards the outer apparel kind of application. So in this study also we studied this jute yarn as well as fabric, both we have used and applied on the 3 types of reactive dye on 3 different color, and we can see that there is no reduction in scarcity or strain value after different particular dyeing application. This very much important when we produce the yarn and going for the chemical processing. We should know that whether it is a loss in strength or not, because this yarn will be used successfully for the weaving machine where a lot of strength is required, whether we use for the warp direction or web direction, that should strength should be there after the different chemical processes. And this is the one interesting finding we have observed. When we blend the jute fiber with banana fiber, whether we should blend in raw form or after scouring form, after bleaching form, what form we should blend in different proportion. So these studies tell about that if we blend the jute and both the banana fiber after some chemical processing, here in this case, fiber was initially scoured, followed by bleached using the hydrogen peroxide and used for the yarn making. At the same time, this similar yarn was produced from the raw as well as banana fiber, both the raw without any chemical treatment. So here from this slide, we can see when we give the chemical treatment followed by the yarn preparation, this tensile strength, tenacity value is always higher. Whatever may be the blend proportion, 50, 50, 25, 75, in all the blended case, we have observed the tension or strength of the yarn is much more compared to when we produce the from raw jute and as well as raw banana fiber. And also if in the blended composition, if we introduce more amount of jute fiber, yarn properties increase this. So this is the jute banana blended fabric, and after bleaching with the hydrogen peroxide, you can see we can achieve whiteness index approximately 82. That is the approximately required for the good dyeing effect as well as printing effect. Similar one study also we did when we make the fabric. Two conditions we do. We prepare the fabric from the raw jute and raw jute banana fiber as well as after making the bleached fiber, jute fiber as well as bleached banana fiber, both the fiber converted to yarn and fabric. Here also you observe whatever the fabric was produced from the bleached or chemical treated fiber that give the better yarn properties as well as fabrics properties realization, strength realization of the material is much better. So this is the more or less glimpses what we can do from the banana. So this is the banana plant. This pseudostem is used for the extraction of fiber, then followed by the making of yarn and yarn to different textile. This is the outer, not to next to skin, outer garment kind of things we can produce. This is a home furnishing item as well as these are some of the outer apparel textile. And also some of the other home furnishing what we have produced at our institute. So these are the thing as well as some of the lifestyle product can be used from the banana fiber. But especially that pseudostem is considered as a waste material and cause a lot of environmental pollution. And not only that banana fiber we have used, so keeping in mind the home end application, so their fire retardancy property is also important. If we introduce the banana fiber, their fire retardancy improve. But this is not sufficient what we can get. So we add the commercial some amount of fire retardant material so that we can achieve the fire LOI value limiting oxygen index more than 30. And also the after extracting the fiber, whatever liquid biomass we get, the banana sap has been used as a bio fire retardant material instead of chemical fire retardant. That banana sap we have used to make the fire retardant jute textile. So this is the application on bleached fabric as well as a normal fabric. And here also we can achieve the limiting oxygen index more than 30. And this this representation of TGA can shows that thermal stability of the banana pseudostem sap treated jute textile. And also measure the rate of heat release in the fire retardant material. Rate of heat release is quite low in the fire retardant textile where we have applied the banana sap, and total heat release a little bit more, but maximum average heat release also less. And more interesting, rate of release of carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide, both is much lesser in case of banana sap treated sample. So banana sap not only can be used as a fire retardant material, biofire retardant, it can be also used as a biomodant, because a lot of modant is used for during the natural dyeing of any textile material. So here banana sap has been used as a biomaterial followed by the natural dye, and this dyed sample can give the good light properties as well as dye property if we compare to commercial when we use the commercial different modant. And these are the color properties. So what we have prepared from the banana sap, this can give the KYS value of near about 4.8. So this is the one application or industrial application of banana pseudostem for the textile application. The other application also we did in our laboratory, can we use make the paper or paper board kind of things. So the after extracting the fiber, it was chopped and it was digested, and also we have used for the making the paper product. So this is the different kind of paper, handmade paper we have produced at our institute. And this handmade paper ultimately converted to in a different molded. We have produced the bowl, small size of bowl, and this bowl has been compared whatever presently market in available, either maybe scorn base as well as Aricananded base as well as Bagas base. Their weight, their diameter as well as their cost also we have compared. The banana paper based product is cost more or less similar, as well as weight is more or less similar to commercial product. And if we see the Indian scenario, Union Minister of Environment and Forest and Climate Change, they have notified the notice, gazette notice, approximately 20 plastic item are banned as single-use plastic. So instead of this kind of single-use plastic, this kind of bowl can be used as a single-use plastic disposable item. And not only this, the bowl product we have produced, also we have converted to a bag, as a disposable bag, maybe single use or maybe double or triple use kind of things. And the bag properties also we have compared with the paper jute fiber based bag, as well as this is prepared from the banana fiber. And this is the plastic bag, HDP bag, and this is the spun bonded plastic bag. And their properties also we have compared the weight carrying capacity and their aerial density, weight of the bag, and how it is the tensile load. Here we can see that jute based as well as banana fiber based bag also weight carrying capacity is more or less similar to the synthetic bag, but their aerial density is high. That's why bag weight is a little bit high. So we can do some of the little bit refinement in research so that finer GSM paper can be produced, where this kind of paper bag will be also much lighter in weight with similar load carrying capacity. So Himachal, during the recent time, during the ban of the single-use plastic of approximately thickness is less than 75 micron, lots of non-woven bags came into the market. People thought, okay, plastic is banned, but spun bonded or non-woven is maybe used. We can use as a fabric bag, but this is not the true case. Himachal and many other state government are also banning the non-woven plastic carry bag, spun bonded plastic bag of approximately 60, less than 60 GSM bag. So this kind of the banana as well as other paper made bag can be used for similar kind of single-use plastics. So this is in brief what we have done at our institute in our research group. So we would like to sincerely thank to the organizer of the International Conference on Textile and Advanced Technologies, and my institute, ICA National Institute of Natural Fiber Engineering and Technology, and my Apex Institute, Indian Council of Agriculture Research, for giving me the opportunity to share our research development at our institute in the August forum. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Samantha, for a wonderful and very interesting talk on plant fibers. You have touched upon you have worked on the banana fibers and you have initially in your slide, I can see that you have given a very good overview of the usefulness of banana tree and its fibers production share from different types of fibers. Especially the banana fibers, its global scenario with respect to Indian contribution, and the blending of banana fibers with jute fibers and coming out with certain very useful products, which are requirement of the day as of today. We are moving away from plastics and polymers and
sir, if you kindly allow me, just one point I want to make.
Kindly, please go ahead.
Okay, sir, if you see the medical application also, previously around 10-20 years back, if you go to the hospital and private nursing home, the patient bed or bed cover is mostly made of the cotton bed cover. And during the maybe last 5 or 10 years, this has been replaced with the spun bonded single-use kind of bed material, patient material. Now, if you go to that patient, maybe last 1 or 2 years, if you go to the any hospital, the patient in bed, they used to make a paper sheet instead of fabric sheet, or spun bonded single-use plastic. The nowadays paper is laid before laid down the patient, any patient. So paper has nowadays huge market as well as healthcare as well as medical application.
What is the GSM value of this product that you are doing research? Have you?
So whatever GSM we are producing from jute and banana, other plant fiber, it varies from approximately 20 GSM to it can go around 1000 GSM. Different range of product we produce based on the end application, sir.
What are the products that you have produced in your lab?
One is the paper, tissue paper, very thin, very low GSM, around less than 15-20 GSM. And then writing grade paper, visiting card paper, and paper for the bowl, boxes, even file, folder, this kind of all the things. Even different cosmetics or gift box, that also you produce that board. That is height near about 1000 GSM when a gift box instead of plastic and other box.
Okay. Have you also patented your process of doing any IPR on this particular research?
Jute based, sir, it is well known.
There is
No,
a
no,
lot
the
of
banana and the
banana.
green
We are in the process. Banana technology still we have not disclosed. We are in the process how to make the process
All
of
right.
the paper.
So since we are running short of time, I'll take 1 or 2 questions very quickly from the audience. Is there any question for Dr. Samantha? So thank you, Dr. Samantha. It was a very good talk from you, and I hope the audience must have got a lot of information, and you have shared your research experience with us, and we look forward to having more and more of your talks in future. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah,
Thank you.
give
Thank you.
a big
Thank you.
round of applause for Dr. Samantha.
Thank you, sir.
So now we move on to our next presentation. There'll be 4 oral presentations, and the first oral talk will be by Anu Sharma from NIFT Delhi, and she'll be talking on sustainable journey of camel hair, specialty fiber, and handloom weaving from futile to richness. Yeah, Dr. Ms. Anu Sharma, please.
Good evening, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. So I'm going to present my research work, which I have done as my PhD. Is my slide visible? I'll put it on the full screen mode now.
Yeah, it's visible. Kindly ensure that you complete your talk within 10 minutes.
Definitely, sir. I'll make sure. Yes, sir. So is it on the full screen mode, sir?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, sir. So my presentation is about sustainable journey of camel hair. It's a specialty fiber under the classification of textile fibers, and a handloom weaving from Napasar. So Napasar is a small village which is next to Bikaner, 20 kilometers on the road trip from Bikaner. And this is a village which has been, if I talk about the demographic details of Napasar first, just to introduce what exactly happens in Napasar. Napasar is a place which is a semi-arid zone, as you can see. So hence, agriculture happens only 3 to 4 months. So people are actually dependent on different kinds of livelihoods for their occupation. So one of the major occupations which they have is rearing of sheep wool. So everybody knows that Bikaneri sheep wool is quite famous for carpet weaving. And Bikaner itself is quite famous for doing handloom weaving for carpets since years. And the reason why handloom weaving started was that the Persian weavers from the royal patronage of Bikaner called up people from Persia, and they trained the artisans in the jail, Bikaneri jails, and taught them how to weave. So they started making those carpets, but the loom size was very small. So they had to make a double with carpets. That means they used to double it into 2 folds and then create it. And when they used to open it, it used to become double width. So that's how double weave cloth weaving started from there. And the secondly is rearing of camels. Of course, Rajasthan, everybody knows, is quite famous for having camels. So this Bikaneri camel, which is a single hump camel, is actually the hero of the story of my research. And so I'll be talking about it. Indian handloom industry, as we know in Napasar, spinning, weaving, and trading, all these 3 things happens. So the very interesting part of this village is that spinning actually is done by only ladies of this village. Weaving is done by the men of this village. They do not exchange their duties, and they're very clear that in fact, in a family, the whole family is involved in doing this. So the main part and the trading is the other part. So what they do is there are a lot of khadi pratishthan. So currently what's happening in Napasar is people are producing single width fabrics. As you can see, instead of making carpets in Napasar, they're now doing a lot of handloom fabrics, which are being done for Fab India through different NGOs and fashion hub houses. And also they're producing merino wool shawls, asanas, and those fabrics, because these merino wools are being provided locally to the Napasar village by Khadi Pratishthan and all government bodies, so that they can produce these. They have their own looms at home. They have their own spinning unit at home. So they do that and they create whole fabric out of it and they give it back to the Khadi Pratishthan. So that is what is happening currently in the Napasar handloom industry. Now, talking about my research, so the camel was actually the single humped camel, which is also called as camel in drometry, is the species. There is a lot of research on camel hair as on the double humped camels, which are Camelus bacterian, and a lot of countries have been producing very fine fabrics out of it, and very luxury market fabrics have been produced. But in Bikaner and Rajasthan areas where we have these single humped camels, these are actually fibers very coarse, they're very staple as compared to the double humped camels. And that's the reason why there was no research already done on this. And there is still a very less research being done on these hairs. So that was the first area of researching how to benefit from these, whatever is available, so that a sustainable livelihood can be provided to the weavers and the spinners of Napasar village. So this is, as I said, is the hero of the whole study, Camelus drometry. And so the fibers actually are being shed at this Nagaur fest. If you go, there is a fest which happens in Nagaur district of Rajasthan, where a lot of different camels comes from various parts of Rajasthan, and the hairs are being shed over there. These hairs were after being shed in the month of February and March, were collected by me and my weaver, and then was converted into hand spun yarns by the ladies of Napasar on the normal chakha loom which we have. And this is the out product of, you can see the kind of fiber which we received after cleaning it by hand and opening it and everything. So you can see the kind, it looked like a jute. It was very harsh. It's a very staple fiber. And so hence it was, the first thing was to first create something which was done earlier. So the study started with, first of all, making a bobbin out of it, and now the traditional fabric. So what they used to do is, with the camel fibers, they used to put two kinds of warp. So one was cotton and the other was 100% camel hair. And they used to weave it in a double cloth format. As you can see, there is the upper layer is the camel hair layer, 100% camel hair yarn, and the below layer is the cotton yarn. So we used to get fabric which used to be double cloth, and this used to be used as a chara bori. So this is the original, and because it was used by people across in Napasar village just as a floor mat or a chara bori. So none of them had the original sample. So these two original samples, if you can see the front of it and the back side of it, was created just to see what exactly the traditional sample used to look like. And once this was created, so this is 100% cotton and this is 100% camel hair. And this was tested on various physical properties based on fabric GSM, aesthetic properties, dimensional stability, comfort properties, and durability related properties. I will be comparing the properties, which was the original traditional fabric. I'll be showing the chart later. When I did the intervention in the same fabric, the same similar kind of fabric was created, but with the intervention in the fiber and the yarn. So then both the properties were compared. So the first thing was, it was found that the fiber actually has it was not very comfortable. It had a high moisture vapor transmission and air permeability, but the only and good thermal insulation, but it was very bad in abrasion resistance, and it had a lot of pilling. So, and hand and fill, of course, was very bad. Fabric stiffness was very high. So keeping that view in mind, started the research of blending it with whatever is available, because we were looking at the sustainable chart, so that if whatever is available in the village can be utilized. So there were two different kinds of sheep wools which were available, and one merino wool and the camel hair. We started looking at the fiber properties first of the fiber length and the fiber diameter. So on testing that, we found that the camel hair and the merino wool diameter are almost similar. So if we try to blend both of these, of course, merino wool is very, very soft as compared to any other sheep wool. So this will definitely make the yarn both of them will have equal kind of importance in the fabric. And this is the kind of fiber which was developed. So yarn was developed. That means 100% camel hair, you can see here. Then 70-30% ratio was blended during the hand spinning point. 50-50% of camel hair and merino wool was blended at the fiber stage and at the yarn stage also. So actually one camel hair and one merino wool separate yarns were created, and two plied yarns were made also. And also the blending was done at the fiber level. So both of the ways were tried out. 40 and 60, 30 and 70, 100% merino wool. So these were all done at the fiber level, except this one was tried at the fiber level as at the yarn level as well. So when the yarns were tested for their strength, it was found that if you see 100% camel hair yarn strength, breaking force is somewhere 436.8, while the merino was 1054. When we blended them at 50% value, it reached to 746. It actually increased the yarn strength when we blended them at 50%. The rest of them were also tested, but this was the closest to what we could see in terms of the merino wool. So that is the reason why we selected the 50% ratio. And we went ahead to do the development of the fabric. Now the yarn, which was 50% blended, was used in the top layer, and the back layer was again done with a cotton yarn, and it was created in the similar fashion, the way the traditional fabric was created. Then both the fabrics were tested based on the physical properties. It was found that the thread density increased a lot from the what it was. Even the GSM, if you could see, has increased to 650. And the softness increased because of the merino wool intervention into it. Pilling resistance decreased. Moisture transmission, though, decreased a little bit. And even if you see the thermal insulation here, if you could see, was almost similar to what it was originally. So camel hair also has a very important property, is that it is 3 times warmer than a merino wool. So that's the reason why it was tried that instead of making 100% of merino wool, can we come up with something which is also a local thing and can increase the thermal insulation of the fabric. So this is how the properties were compared, and it was found the fabric has actually increased in its physical properties. Based on this, after that, the fabric properties were tested, but it was found that the fabric actually is still very harsh in feel. So though we tried to do a lot of hand and feel tests using the ASTM standards, but we were not able to manage that because people were not actually we took different samples and we tried to test it with people to touch and feel and give the reactions. We couldn't find that. So then we thought of doing a little bit of softener applications. The first thing was, because it's a pure wool protein fiber, so we did it's scouring it by Rita, 100% Rita, and we did it by Easy. So we did both of the scouring, tried the samples with scouring, and then we applied cationic softwares to both the samples, one scoured with Rita, one scoured with Easy. One we tried with doing with silicone softeners, and then we also tried doing it with the protease enzyme, and we tried to do the dry cleaning also, because when we thought when we were going to produce something out of it, people would like to go it for take it for dry cleaning only. We found that cationic softener, the Easy scarred cationic softeners, gave a good flexibility to the fabric, a little bit more softness and blendability to the fabric. So that is how we found that this is something, if allowed, and these all softeners which were applied could be easily applied by the weavers, because they didn't require too much of efforts of getting anything else from the market or taking it to a special lab so that the cost increases. So everything can be done at a weaver's place. After doing the softening finishes, then we also started exploring with the different kinds of weaves. So this is some of the examples of the weaves which we tried in the front and the back. So because there are two different fabrics being created on the same loom, so we could try with different weaves from the front and at the back. So product development, we came across with a lot of interesting product, because it was double cloth, again, has a very interesting weaving technique wherein you can stitch the fabric from all the 4 sides. So this cushion is actually a filled cushion created on the loom. So this was stitched from all the 3 sides, and it was stitched from the outside. So this is something which is produced on the loom, filled, and you just have to take it out from the loom and sell it. So that's how it was created. So this is one of the other examples. Of course, it requires more finishing, and this is similar kind of rugs were created so that actually you can have cotton layer below, and you can have a mix of camel and merino wool on the top, so that it's warmer and it does not slip. So these are the this is the traditional product which they were doing, but now this was done using camel and merino wool blend. Some of the more cushion covers. So this cushion cover has a better interesting design pattern, which can be seen as compared to the first one, because of the, if you can see on the right hand side also. The reason being that here we are using the 2-ply yarn, where I talked about that 1 yarn of camel hair and 1 yarn of merino wool were plied together and then the woven together. So this is being created by that, while this one is created when the fibers are actually blended at the fibers are blended at the fiber stage and then spun. So the clarity of weaves came in this one better. And of course, these are more feasible.
Anu Sharma, you will have to summarize now. It's all time is over.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And then we had created because camel hair is something which was very harsh and people don't want to get in touch with their skin. So we developed a 3-layered blanket also. So this is one of them. And proposed is we thought of using this in the garments. While this again has to do a lot of study because this fabric again requires a lot of tear strength testing, and it also requires stitching testing. So basic home furnishing products were easily created, but for garments, it require more interventions and require further testing in terms of softness and everything. So this was all about the camel hair and the presentation. So
okay, thank you, Dr. Anu Sharma. But since we are very short of time, we'll not have any further questions on for you. We'll move on to the next speaker.
Thank you.
Dr. Sumi Haldar from MS University of Baroda.
Yes.
And the talk is on non-woven fabric from bioaquatic waste, novel materials for medical textile.
Yes.
Please go
So
ahead.
my slides are visible?
Yes, very much visible. You are audible.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. Myself, Sumi Haldar. I am the PhD research scholar from Department of Clothing and Textiles, Faculty of Family and Community Sciences from the Maharaja Sayaji Rao University of Baroda, Gujarat. So,
before you start, let me tell you, kindly finish your talk within 10 minutes. All right. You plan your slides accordingly.
Sure, sir. So the title is Non-Woven Fabric from Bioaquatic Waste, Novel Material for Medical Textile. So as we all know that there is a global concern regarding the use of non-renewable material in manufacturing and increasing the environmental legislation. There is a transition towards the bio-based economy, sustainable development. Kyoto Protocol on greenhouse gas reduction and CO2 neutral production offers the high perspective of the natural fiber market. So as we all are working towards the minor fibers means which are very less explored, which are sometimes seasonal and need some additional finishing to be used successfully in textiles. Some of the examples are like rami, sisal, pineapple, banana, milkweed, sugarcane, okra, hemp, nettle. So in this presentation, I will be talking about lotus. As we all know that lotus is the national flower of India, and there are thousands of varieties of lotus available. So I'll be talking about one species which produces a very good quality of the fiber, which has a very good functional property to be used successfully in medical textiles. So the species name is Nelumbo nuciferia Garrett. So it is the national flower of India too. It has a global distribution towards the entire globe. And it is the aquatic perennial plant cultivated throughout the year. As we all know that these flowers has a huge economic importance, used as a worshipping for god and goddesses. So the major problem is after picking up the flower, the rest entire stem that we called as a biological term for that is the petiole is left in the pond as a waste. So this petiole has a capacity to produce a very fine fiber to be used successfully in the textiles. So the description of the petiole is the length of the petiole is near about 50 to 115 centimeter. The color varies from light green to dark green. And after cutting the petiole, we can store it for 4 to 5 days for the uniform extraction of the fiber. So the arrangement of the fibers in petioles there are two kinds of xylem cells in the petiole, that are tracheids and vessels, and fibers are arranged in this cell in the form of helix. The main problem of the study is that the researchers started the research from the scratch. Means the researcher visited the various ponds, meet with the various cultivators too for the procurement of the petioles, because as such there is no fiber station in India. So the researchers started from scratch. We interacted with various vendors, various cultivators, and now we can easily produce easily we can get this waste. So these are the available lotus lakes near and around Baroda district, as I'm from Baroda district only. So the objectives of the study are: first is to test the physical properties of lotus fibers. Second is to test the water absorbency property of the fibers, like free absorbency, absorbency under load, equilibrium absorbency test. Third is to develop the extraction method for preparing the non-woven web by the manual process. Fourth is to test the web for the antibacterial property against S. aureus, Klebsiella pneumonia, Pseudomonas aeruginosa, and Candida albicans. Fifth is to develop the non-woven fabric by machine. And sixth is to develop the medical hygiene product from the non-woven sheet and test its property. So the delimitations were the study is limited to only one species and waste petioles will be collected near and around Baroda district. The research design is, it is divided into 5 phases. First is the procurement of the petioles. Second is the testing of the basic physical property like fiber length, diameter, strength. Fourth is the preparation of the web by the manual process. And then the preparation of the web by the machine process and testing its thickness, GSM, and antibacterial property. And last is to prepare the hygiene product out of it. Methodology is the procurement was done by the local cultivators. Testing was done as per the ASTM test standards. And the preparation of the web was done manually. Testing of the web was also conducted like thickness, GSM. Antibacterial test was done at the BITRA laboratory. And then when we get a successful result in preparing the non-woven web by the manual technique, we also prepared the non-woven web by machine also. And later, some of the prototypes of the hygiene products was developed in COE Citra. Results in discussion: from the microscopic appearance, we can see that the fiber has a helical structure. And then from the cross section, we can see that it has a circular or similar to circular shape. From the physical property, we can see that it has enough length to be twisted and converted into the yarn structure. It has got a very fine diameter, has a good high length to breadth ratio, has a moisture regain of 11.8%. And the fineness of the fiber was also good. Then we conducted certain absorbency test because the fiber is very much known for its functional property. As we all know that lotus is very much known for its medicinal property. So as per the review of the plant, like the plant has a certain antibacterial, anti-cancerous, certain points were seen. So I thought of taking this fiber into the field of the functional textiles. So we conducted the water absorbency test, in which we got 50.85% of result in free absorbency test. And then we also conducted absorbency under the load test. That was, we got around 16% of the absorbency. And then we also conducted the equilibrium absorbency, in which we got 40% of the result. And then question is, why non-woven? Why we want to make a non-woven from it? So from the certain reviews, we got that all the parts of this plant, right from the flower, seed, the leaves, and the petioles in which the fiber is encased, it has a certain medicinal property. So from the various reviews of pharmacy, botany, medicine, we got that it has a very good medicinal properties. So first we prepared the extraction process for preparing the web. So we taken a felt fabric. Out of that, on it we extracted the fiber in the vertical and the horizontal direction, and then we passed this sheet over the padding mangle and prepared this manual web. So the thickness was around 0.72 mm and the GSM was 90. That is the lightweight sheet which can impart comfort along with the natural softness of the fiber. And then coming to the antibacterial test, it has shown a no growth of bacteria. It has a positive antibacterial and bacteriostatic antibacterial activity. The tests were conducted in BITRA, and then it was tested with the four main bacteria, that is Staphylococcus aureus, Pseudomonas aeruginosa, Candida albicans, which is very much known for the yeast infection in the vaginal region. And then after the manual process, we also prepared the non-woven fabric. I did this experiments in the Coimbatore, and we prepared a non-woven sheet too, and which was around, the GSM was around 58, and which was very lightweight. And then we thought of preparing the sanitary napkins, especially in the core layer of the sanitary napkin. So in the incubation center of the Citra, we prepared these prototypes, and then We have tested the properties also, like free swell capacity of the fibers. It was around 35.17%. And then we also carried out the experiment for ability to withstand pressure after the absorption. It was seen that it was passed through this test also. So it can be successfully used in the hygiene product, not only sanitary napkin, but this core layer can also be used in the panty liners also, in the infant diapers also, especially in the core layers. And coming to the conclusion, so moving to the sustainability, so there is a great demand of the non-woven fabric developed from the eco-friendly renewable fibers, and we are more concerned about climate change. So this is a new fiber, which I'll not say that it can replace the synthetic, but yes, it can be used successfully in the section of the natural fibers. So in the and the main point is the fiber, the manufacturing process of the fiber doesn't use any chemicals. It has a inherent functional property, like it has a good antibacterial property, water absorbent property, as compared to the all other minor fibers, all other special fibers. It has got a certain good properties. So most of the sanitary napkin, as we can see, that it is consists of synthetic fibers, sap, which is very much harmful to the environment and health. So in a form of core layer, it can be used successfully in the hygiene products. And due to the cohesiveness property of the fiber, the entanglement of the web is very good in case of the non-woven fabric preparation. And we also started, means we have taken this research to the community also, where we are training the ladies for fiber extraction and later for the preparation of the napkins. Thank you, everyone. So we initially worked for the yarn making also. So apart from the yarn making, we are now towards the non-woven applications also. Thank you. Thank you to the textile
for sticking to the time. And I would like to have one or two questions from the audience, if there are any. The house is open for the question session. Any questions for Sumi Haldar? Okay, Sumi, let me know, you talked about the antibacterial activity. What was, how much was the activity that you found in the best of your sample? What was the was it significant, and how could you correlate with the standard antibacterial drugs? So what was the kind of activity? How could you correlate it? Was it significant or non-significant?
Sir, right now I have done, there are two kinds of antibacterial tests, like it has a qualitative and quantitative ones. So right now I have done the qualitative one, which will give the result that there is some antibacterial activity or not.
No, well, you are talking of, preparing some fabric with the antibacterial, properties. So once you have that, unless and until the antibacterial properties, antibacterial activity is significant, it will be of no use. My concern is that what is the amount of antibacterial properties the fabric would be having?
Okay. Sir, right now I have done the antibacterial test with the qualitative one. So it will only tell the antibacterial activity. I have to do the quantitative one also, which will show me the
No, it's not a matter
result.
of qualitative and quantitative. You have to really see the once you do the antibacterial activity. So it is antibacterial activity. What is the significance of that activity? How much is the activity significant or not? So if the activity is significant with respect to your fabric, then only it is going to be useful. Otherwise, a nominal antibacterial activity or very small antibacterial activity will not have that effect as you expect it to be. So you should look into these aspects before you go proceed further.
May I ask you? I mean, what is the name of antimicrobial test that you carried out? Because qualitative, quantitative, these are not the words in antimicrobial.
Yes, that is what I said to her.
Which test did you carry out?
Sir, ATCC 100.
That's not the protocol is different. Name of the test. Okay. I mean, you have to make it slightly better.
Qualitative test is just, just to show that there's a difference between the qualitative, quantitative, and the exact antibacterial test that you do. So
it was zone of inhibition or colony count.
What
was that?
Yeah, exactly.
Should be something. And against which bacteria you did it? Gram negative, gram positive?
Sir, I did it with S. aureus, gram-positive bacteria.
Yeah, okay.
Candida
So,
albicans,
yeah, okay.
Calipsenia pneumonia.
Okay, you should look into the zone of inhibition. What Professor Bhuvnesh was talking, the zone of inhibition is important for looking into the bacterial, antibacterial or antifungal activity. All right.
Sure. Yeah.
So we now move on to the next speaker, Ms. Vipula, and she's from IIT Delhi, and she will be speaking on surface functionalization of polypropylene fabric by RF plasma.
Good evening, everyone. So, is my slides visible to all?
Yes, please.
A very good evening to all of you. Myself, Vipula, and today I'm going to present on a topic that is surface functionalization of polypropylene fabric by the RF plasma. The polymeric materials have gained a significant interest in application worldwide, which benefits the human system. Basically, if we talk about the biomedical engineering, it has a variety of wide range of application, from the orthopedic implants to the antimicrobial system, as well as to the tissue engineering, because of the many of the fascinating features which the polymers have, that is the biocompatibility, the mechanical strength, as well as the non-toxicity. But the question arises here, the polymers lack here basically the polymers lack in the functionality which is required in a human healthcare system. Therefore, the modification of polymer is highly concerned in the today's era. The modification here, we are talking about basically the surface modification. The surface modification, the plasma technique is the one of the majorly technique used in the today's, because plasma technology is a surface selective technique as well as the sustainable approach which has earned a prominent position. This approach basically leads to change in the physiochemical properties as well as endorse the specific characteristics on the surface. The desired properties can be enhanced by using the plasma without affecting the bulk properties. The plasma technique is an eco-friendly technique, a chemical-free technique, no solvent is required, as well as a time-saver technique. Now, using the polypropylene treatment by the RF plasma. Why polypropylene? Because polypropylene is a sustainable polymer which is widely used as well as a golden standard. The graph you could see the clearly illustrate from year 2020 to 2022. The 61% of the polypropylene is being used in the Asia Pacific regions because of its exciting features such as mechanical properties, chemical resistance, biocompatibility. But despite of all these features, it lacks again in the antibacterial effect, abrasion resistance, as well as the hydrophilicity, which can be used for the end of products. So the aim of my current strategy is the activating the polypropylene surface by the RF plasma to generate the hyperperoxides on its surface, which could increase the hydrophilicity. The first analysis was carried out with respect to the variation in a peroxide content with the different plasma exposure time. As we could clearly see that from the 0 seconds to 120 seconds, there is a readily increase in the peroxide content. But after 120 seconds, we could see a deactivation process in the plasma. This could clearly lead to the decrease in the content. The deactivation mechanism was also checked with the contact angle analysis. From 0 seconds to 120 seconds, the contact angle decreases from 130 to 30 degrees Celsius. But after 120 seconds, we could see that there is a gradually increase in the in the contact angle because of the radiolysis process occurring after 120 seconds. It is completely correlating with the peroxide content with as calculated by the DPPH analysis. Again, the variation in a surface energy was also calculated with the plasma exposure time. Here we could see that the surface energy has gradually increased from the 20 meter Newton per second to the 78. This is a highly range of increase, but again after 120 seconds, as soon as it reaches its threshold value, the surface energy leads to the decrease due to the deactivating mechanism of the peroxides. The FTR analysis was also performed. We could see clearly in the graph that from the ranging from 3,500 to 3,000, there is a broad OH band which could clearly analyze, which clearly shows that the formation of the peroxides on the surface. FESEM and AFM analysis was also carried out. We could see from the SEM images that the surface roughness has increased as the pristine PP has a very smooth surface, but the plasma functionalized PP has increased in the surface roughness. On a similar hand, the AFM analysis also shows that it has created the plasma functionalized PP has created a separate domain as well as the hill valley structure, which could increase the surface roughness from 1 to 6. Now, on the ending note, I would say that the plasma processing technique is a very useful technique which can be imparted for a wide medical applications such as sterilization, for the infection resistant system, in the medical devices, as well as for the wastewater treatment. On a concluding note, I could say that the PP was functionalized using the oxygen to generate the hydroperoxide functionalities, and the maximum we could see that the hydrophilicity was generated. Hydrophilicity we could achieve maximum was at 120 seconds, which lead to the shift in a contact angle from 131 to 38 degrees Celsius. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vipula, for very much completing your talk in time. And is there any question for Vipula from the audience?
Sir, two very small questions. PP, I don't think is biodegradable. So that point you have to take into account. And it's not biocompatible too, if I understand it correctly.
Vipula, can you respond to his query?
I think this is wrong to say it's not biocompatible. PP is highly biocompatible. It goes in the body as a hernia, and a hernia message stays in the body for 50 years. So it's highly biocompatible, excellent material, which should be looked at.
But not biodegradable, sir.
We don't need biodegradable material in hernia. Her application is hernia. We don't need that. Okay.
Okay. So Professor Bhupesh Gupta has given you. So Dr. Salesh, anything further you would like to know?
No, thank you, sir. Thank you, Vipula.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much, Vipula. Let's have a big round of applause for Vipula for a wonderful presentation. Now we move to the last presentation of the day by Manali Somani from IIT Delhi, and she will be speaking on OCMC, silver nanogel finishing for design antimicrobial textile.
Shall I share?
Manali Somani, yes, please.
Screen is visible.
Yes, very much.
So good evening, everyone. Today's my topic of presentation is OCMC silver nanogel finishing for designing an antimicrobial textiles. Before moving to the antimicrobial textiles, I just want to brief about textiles, which is a very vital need of our day-to-day life. Nowadays, after the pandemic, it has been rigorously used in biomedical applications like in PP suits, wound dressings, sutures, hernia meshes, and even in the stunts also, some of the textile products has been used extensively used for biomedical application because textile have a very good properties like flexibility, breathability, mechanical strength, biocompatible, and non-toxic. But the major disadvantage with the textiles using in the biomedical application are they are very prone to bacteria. Some are moisture absorbent, so they act as a food for the bacteria, and there is a chances of growing bacterial biofilm. Because of these bacterial prone and biofilm formation, there are chances of causing infection either when it is contact with the skin we can get a skin infection, or if it is in wound, then on the site of the wound we get the infection. So this is the major drawback when the textile is used directly. So to avoid these drawbacks, we can design, there is a need of antimicrobial textiles so that that textile do not allow the bacteria to grow in its surface, and we can use it properly for the biomedical applications, and there would be less chances of the infection. So to make it antimicrobial, we are going to propose that the silver nanogels. nanogels would be in the core, there would be a nanoparticle, and around the core there will be a polysaccharide material, so that it will not be toxic to the skin and even other applications, and it will create a moist environment, and slow release of the nanomaterial would be there. So sheet would be the reactive polymer. For the linking to active textiles, we can do even the covalent linking to the textiles. So for my work, we are taking carboxymethyl cellulose. It is the most abundant polymer polysaccharides, and we are going to oxidize the carboxymethyl cellulose. And after oxidizing, we are adding silver nitrate solution in it. As after heating, we see the color of the solution changes, and there is the development of silver nanogels. In which silver is in the core and oxidized CMC is in the shell. So here the polymer is acting as both reducing agent also and stabilizing agent. Since the oxidized CMC has a dialdehyde is in polymer chain, so it acts as in both for reducing and stabilizing agent. To confirm that the silver nanogels has been formed, we have characterized many characterizations. Like first, as you can see here, the visual characterization, as the time increases, the solution become pale yellow, which is because of the SPR of the silver nanoparticles. Silver nanogels which was generated. And to further confirm, we have carried out UV analysis in which the peak at the 420, which is the characteristic peak of any silver nanomaterial. So we are thought that the nanomaterials or nanogels has been created, but when the time increases, the broadness of the peak has increases because of the polydispersity of nanogel. To confirm this, we have carried out the time analysis. As you can see, in half an hour, there wasn't any nanoparticle formation, but with the increase in that time, slowly the silver nitrate is reduced in properly nanoparticles, and there is a coating of polymer. You can see in light gray color. But for further increase in that time, like 4 hours, there was an agglomeration of these nanogels, and their size and polydispersity increases very much, which was coherent with the UV analysis also. Further, we have done the FSM and AFM analysis of the nanogels for in 2 hours to see that how the nanoparticles were there. So they were the polygonal in the shape, and they are nano range, and then we have characterized the antimicrobial properties of these designed nanogels. So as you can see, control is the oxidized carboxymethyl cellulose. So there was a huge bacterial growth treated with this, and after treating with silver nanogels, there wasn't any growth of the bacteria we can see. So, and to check that how the bacteria has killed and the killing mechanism of silver nanogels, we have done the TEM and the FSM analysis. In TEM, you can see that live bacteria is intact and it is opaque in nature, while after treating with silver, it loses its integrity and the cell wall burst and the whole cytoplasm is out. And here in FSM also, you can see that the cell disintegration was occurred. So in my conclusion, I want to say that silver OCMC nanogel shows excellent bacteriostatic and bactericidal activity. It can be potentially used as an antimicrobial infection resistant textiles. This work coating part has carried out for the future part. And these are my other references. Thank you.
Professor Alam sir, are you there?
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Somani. It was a very good talk by you. Have you checked up your zone of inhibition for your antibacterial properties?
Yes, sir. We have checked the zone of inhibition of the liquid samples. We have checked.
How much? What are the values that you have got?
Sir, we got a bigger zones because the OCMC is highly soluble in the water. So we got like 6 to 7 mm with an 100 microliter dosage. Because our polymer is highly water soluble, so it made a very good zones. But those silver not much. But because of the polymer property, we are getting a good zones for the nanogels.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. So, what are the different bacteria that you have used for your checking that?
Sir, we have generally carried out E. coli and Aspergillus. For right now, we have carried out that one only. We'll extend it to further skin infection bacteria later stage because coating part has to be done now.
Okay. The house is open to the question. Any questions from any audience?
One thing which
sir,
I can make, yeah, okay.
Sir, pardon my ignorance, but the silver leaching, leaching or non-leaching of it into body, does it have any adverse impact?
Sir, for that part, we have carried out like we have oxidized CMC, which is directly linked with that, and it has a very less leaching of the nanoparticle, delayed leaching. That is for the silver toxicity only. We have coated our nanoparticle with the gel so that it should not produce any toxicity.
May I comment from my side?
Please, sir, please.
Just for the information of everyone, this material which has been developed by Manali Somani is a beautiful material. It's a highly functional material, and the beauty is that it can attach to any surface by covalent bonding. So if a nanogel is attached by covalent bonding to any surface, you cannot break the covalent bond in water. That means a highly stable surface. The only possibility is that silver ion will release. Nanogel will not release. Ions will release slowly. And these ions, if they are in the limit of 2 ppb, then they are biocompatible. They are non-toxic. This is how the situation is. So gels are not going to. That's how you should have told that you have patented last week this whole thing. But anyway, this is what she has patented last week.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
That's great. That's great. So wonderful. I hope Manali, you will continue with your work and come out with some very good results further.
Thank you, sir.
So with this, we come to the end of the last talk by Manali Somani of the session, and we will close the session here. And we are almost in time, little delayed, but not much. So I will hand over now back to the organizers to make further announcement, whatever they feel. So,
okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for conducting this whole session very beautifully. And thank you all the speakers for sharing their incredible work with us. Thank you all present over here and to be with us whole time.
Finally, I would like to thank Dr. Bhumnesh Gupta, for making us part of this important e-conference and giving us the opportunity to hear everyone for these wonderful talks that I have heard this morning. Okay, thank you so much.
Just one comment. I mean, I really appreciate the gesture of Professor Alam, because I talked to him last minute, 2 days back, and he agreed that he will chair the session because I knew that he's the best person, most suited person from Jamia Hamdard side, which is always involved in biomedical research. So he's the best person to chair the session. He accepted it, and thank you so much, Professor.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. So, the session is all over. Today's session is all over here now. I'm requesting to everyone, please join us tomorrow at 9.
Thank you, everybody. And my special congratulations to Manali for her for a patent. You have my gratitude for all the hard work that you people have put in. Thank you so much.
And you have my gratitude for giving the inspiration to all of us.
So that's very kind of you. It's been your baby all along. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all of you. Thank you so much.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Shailesh ji. हेलो शैलेश।
चले गए शायद।
अच्छा चलिए, उनको कल सुबह बोलना पड़ेगा कि जब वो कुछ और बोल रहे हैं तो उनका वो माइक जो है म्यूट पे होना चाहिए।
आप ही